You all about my show, Jubes and Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the arguments. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together, and what have we got? In my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Patrick Christys. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threats on.
As time passes,
she could have said Storm.
You made my argument for me.
My guest and I tackle the issues that really matter with a sharp take on every story.
It went everywhere.
Something practical could be done.
Or I can become something different.
Patrick Christys tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Your lunchtime update on the stories that matter across the UK.
From breaking news and insightful analysis, inspiring stories and lively debates. You're comparing yourself to a former Prime Minister.
Which is it?
Stay informed, stay updated, stay entertained.
I just don't know how anyone would not want to be there.
Every weekday from midday,
We are Good Afternoon Britain, only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
I'm Stephen Dixon, and thanks for joining us on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Emily Carver. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. Chaos in Paris.
The Olympic opening ceremony is hit with torrential rain as the far left and/or Russia are accused of coordinated assaults on French infrastructure.
Well, this comes as the singing sensation Celine Dion gave a powerhouse performance at the Games to the backdrop of a Parisian light show.
Trump attacks Kamala. Donald Trump meets with Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago, where he condemned Kamala Harris's disrespectful remarks over Gaza.
A radical left person, San Francisco, destroyed San Francisco. She's really a destroyer. She doesn't know how to build.
Strictly Come scandal. The crisis deepens as one of the pros is under medical supervision after being dropped from the series.
A marathon miracle. An athlete who's 23 weeks pregnant is set to run the UK's toughest ultra marathon. We'll be joined by Chloe McNiven later on in the programme.
Good morning. Freak, unique, or just a bit bleak? The French capital hosted a glitzy but rain-drenched opening ceremony amid major travel disruption, and we're all a bit gaga by the end. We'll be reflecting on this later this hour.
Plenty of showers to talk about today, but if it's warm sunshine you're after, I've got news of that coming up in today's weather forecast.
It's just gone 6 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
Just before we kick off, because the weather's meant to be lovely this weekend.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Heatwave-ish.
Heatwave time.
Dolly Parton, and I love Dolly Parton. I mean, what's not to love?
Yeah.
She's in the Daily Star this morning with Dolly's Dishes. She's having a picnic with her sister. There she is. It's all very glamorous. There are ponies in the background with flowers in their hair and all this sort of stuff. So that she's showing us how to do a fabulous picnic. But I did notice it's lots of cushions.
Yeah.
2 glasses of Bucks Fizz and a bowl of fruit.
And that's it.
And
that is a picnic.
I mean, where are the sausages?
Yeah.
Where are the crisps?
Sausage rolls.
Yeah, come on,
Scotch
Dolly.
eggs.
You're not doing it right.
I'm not sure which Bucks Fizz I like, actually. I'm still making my mind up.
Oh,
Kira. I knew he was working on something.
Honestly, Aidan.
Too early, isn't it?
What's your view on what happened in Paris last night?
I share something right now.
Oh, yeah. Like your reputation.
Yeah.
Many of us were in bed because we had to get up early to do this programme and missed it. But as far as I could tell from my sort of family WhatsApps, very divided as to whether it was just a complete washout and a bit pathetic, or whether it was very good and glitzy and impressive.
They always divide opinion, and even London 2012 divided opinion once you gauge the opinion outside of London and the UK. But it kept me watching for 3.5 hours, which I don't recall many doing that in the past. If you're going to take it out of a stadium and put it on a river, then you're open to the elements, clearly. You can't control as much. The rain, they can't help. They never got a break. They never got... I don't recall one shot.
All through, did it?
All through, yeah,
Gosh.
exactly. And there were
What a
puddles
shame.
by the end. It was awful from that point of view. But they made the best of it. They grinned and they bared it. And then... thing is, if you're not building anything, and they haven't built anything for this Olympics particularly, nothing out of the ordinary, unlike London, then you're at the mercy of having, if you're going to commit to having it by the river, as London 2012 did, and the main stadium is several miles to the north of the city, then you've got to work with what you've got.
Yeah, but it was very disjointed.
Yes.
This is the problem. Because it was all on the river, it was all very disjointed, and as a result felt quite boring, I think, apart from things like, I mean, obviously Celine was amazing, the lighting of the cauldron was very good, but the whole thing, it just didn't grip you.
I just think that later on, when the light falls, when the darkness falls, that's when it gets more interesting. That's when you can bring the lighting into play. But we had 2 hours of daylight and just boats travelling down the Seine. And did we really need to see 450 US athletes on one vessel? Did we need to see another 400 from France? And then you've got the spectre of having 3 or 4 different nations on one boat because some of them have only got a handful of athletes. Now, couldn't you just pick 20 from each one and have fewer barges, maybe start it an hour later, so you bring in the light a bit earlier? That would have been, if they consulted me, that's what I've said.
Oh, well, there you go.
Well, they should have, clearly, because, I mean, there are lots of different... if you look at the different newspapers today, some of them are calling it a damp squib. And, of course, there was the element of sabotage as well.
Yes.
On the trains, stopping people getting there in the first place, which is a terrible, terrible shame.
326,000 people, I think, lined the route. That's quite a number.
It is quite a number.
That's 3.5 Wembley stadiums.
It is. I mean, look, everyone seems to agree that the best part of it all was Celine Dion. Sort of ending the opening ceremony. Lady Gaga sort of kicked it off, but Celine Dion just blew everything out of the water like she does. But, of course, as we've been saying, the capital was hit with torrential rain. Well, that's not Celine, obviously.
Well, no.
But anyway, athletes from around the world were waving their flags on boats that travelled up the Seine.
And, of course, the day was rather overshadowed by a coordinated attack on French infrastructure, particularly the railways, with a series of fires bringing down the country's train system to a grinding halt.
Yeah, who's to blame for all of that, though? Hard to say. Fingers being pointed at Russia, Iran or hard-left saboteurs.
Well, joining us now from Paris is French journalist Catherine Guirardi. And a very good morning to you, Catherine. How did you feel it went?
Well, it was rainy, as you said, but in a way it gave a special flair to that ceremony. It is difficult to say how it went because it was so slow, as you said, one moment, and then it was quite exciting, and another. The bet was, they did it, which was to get out of a stadium with the problems that you've actually mentioned, which is that it was very long, seeing all those boats with all those athletes, and the show was scattered in different places. What was amazing, of course, I know Paris, but I suppose for people who do not know Paris, you were really in the middle of historical monuments from the beginning to the end, ending with the Eiffel Tower, as you mentioned. So in that sense, it was a success. The way they wanted it happened, except the rain, but then it was part of the risk. And until the last minute, there was a plan B, meaning that the ceremony would have happened in a stadium. It didn't. So in that sense, it was a success. I agree that the idea was to show France. And in that sense, you might find it a bit arrogant, but it was the idea. I mean, it was a decision politically to make of this opening ceremony a sort of soft power, as we say even in French, and showing France. And in that sense, until the end with the Montgolfière here, the balloon, which was first invented by the Montgolfière brothers at the end of the 19th century, or at least was commercialized, was sold by the Montgolfière brother. Then there was lots of symbols, but maybe they were much more aimed at the French people, because we understood all the same symbols. One of them being at the beginning when you had a metal music group singing Ça ira, ça ira, which is a revolutionary song against the nobles, the noble in the French Revolution. So there was lots of symbols like this for us to understand. Also, the cliche of the French, as you said, Lady Gaga singing and dancing like in the French cancan. But then, do you know Zizi Jeanmaire? We know Zizi Jeanmaire. She was one of the greatest dancers in France, and that was a sort of homage to her, and then, Céline Dion, as you said, we're all moved, and suddenly we start all commenting and listen to this singer who was very brave. She was ill, and I think she's still on the Eiffel Tower. And Edith Piaf, of course,
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with showing off national pride at the start of an Olympics. I don't think anyone would criticise you for that. What about these attacks yesterday morning, these arson attacks, which obviously threw some transport into disarray and is still doing so? Do we know what's going on with that and who is behind it?
No, we don't know for sure who's behind it, and we have to be very careful with that and not say things are wrong. What we know is that it was indeed organized, and it should have as well altered the southern east system of the TGV. At the same minute, it was supposed to, they started fires in strategic places, so it was indeed planned, that is sure. And the north, the east, and the west of this line was touched. And as I said, not the south, simply because some people saw a van coming close to a strategic place, and they called police. So that's what we know for the moment. That it was coordinated, that it will go on for the whole weekend, because they have to fix this. And hopefully tomorrow evening it will be done. That's what we know for the moment. 800,000 people were touched. And as I said, we have to be very careful as to who is responsible for this. Many other attacks, they say, anyway, the intelligence servicing have been stopped before the games. And it is a moment, of course. But I mean, we haven't had, in terms of security in Paris, here lots of people are actually shocked to see how many police and militaries you have in the streets of Paris. Some say it hasn't happened since the war.
No, a lot of people have remarked on that once they got to Paris, if they indeed could get to Paris, they were very shocked to see so many soldiers on the street, armed soldiers. But I guess that comes nowadays with the Olympics. It's a very expensive business, security and policing something as huge and vast as the Olympic Games.
Well, part of the security was imposed by the International Olympic Committee. And the other thing is, if you're going to do a ceremony in the open, well, this is the risk. I mean, we weren't able as Parisians to walk in the streets of Paris, to cross the bridges of Paris for some days. And it's been really complicated even to drive. It's been complicated to just walk in some areas. We needed a QR code. So yes, this is the downside of such a ceremony. Who indeed was. I mean, I'm not too sure I'm crazy about the fact that it was so much French. It's an international event. I understand that politically, the government wanted to do that. But in fact, I think the risk of doing a ceremony in the open was quite exciting, was quite maybe a bit over the top. And it cost a lot. It costed a lot.
I'll bet, yes.
Yeah. 86 million, wasn't it?
Exactly.
And so sadly, there was nothing you could do about the weather, the rain.
I think
Paris,
that was great.
Paris in July is usually so beautiful and sunny, and everybody.
It was still beautiful. It was. I think it was great. I think it gave sort of a special thing. Of course, we wanted to see the sunset on the Seine. We didn't see it, and it was planned that way. But I think in a way the dancers actually played with that, and it was okay. I mean, it was a bit funny to see the French person responsible for Paris 24, Tony Estanguet, with a nice woman holding the umbrella over him. For long minutes. She was very brave. We don't know her name, and we're all asking ourselves, who is she? Who was she? But anyway, I think it makes something special, something that could be boring. I mean, after all, it was a very, very long ceremony.
Catherine, good to see you. Thanks very much
Thank
indeed.
you.
Not very you
No.
That you should have been holding the bride over her.
Absolutely. It's world leaders and celebrities of all with their ponchos on, except for Keir Starmer, who didn't wear a poncho. He had some sort of an anorak with Team GB sort of anorak thing.
Oh, well, good on
but he sort of stood out from the crowd because everybody else had their ponchos on.
Yeah. Well, if he had a Team GB jacket
yes,
on.
he did, yeah.
Fine. Oh, well, good. I don't have any issue with that.
No. I'm not.
Maybe he thought, well, the last Prime Minister got drenched in the rain, maybe I can too.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's got nothing to lose now.
Anyway, I wonder if they're going to have a heat wave in Paris then over the next 2 days. Is it just us in Britain?
I don't know.
No, I don't know. They need a bit of sunshine now to dry off, don't they?
Isn't it interesting, though, because it's all about the ceremony, but actually the Olympics is about the game.
Yes, they get on with the business of the games now.
Yeah. So, and let's hope that all goes well.
Anyway, let us know what you think. I mean, was it a damp squib, that whole event last night, or was it a triumph? Love to know what you think. Like I said, on my family WhatsApp, totally divided opinions as to whether it worked or not.
Bits and bobs worked. But it's interesting, you look at some of the websites this morning to say, it was just fantastic, but then others saying...
The Daily Mail front page calls it La Farce, isn't it?
Oh, does it?
There it was a farce.
Oh, right.
I don't think it was a farce, was it?
Probably
don't know. I've got to watch the highlights this afternoon.
I'm slightly irritated. Shook us that Telegraph, would you?
Yeah. Oh.
It's our flag bearers doing... I mean, what are they doing?
The Titanic.
The Titanic thing. I don't know. That really irritates me. I don't know
why.
I don't know.
They're just having a bit of fun.
I just sort of think rather than just messing about and having a bit of fun like that, they should be actually having a bit more national stoicism and... I don't know. Maybe I'm just being dull and boring and old.
No.
But I don't know. It just rubs me up the wrong way, that, somehow.
How did it compare with 2012, do you think? I liked ours.
2012 was very good. I have to say, I don't think anything beats 2008.
2008? Oh,
Beijing.
Yes, yeah. True.
But I mean,
that was outstanding, wasn't it?
I mean, they spent money on it, like you won't believe.
They set the bar pretty high there, didn't they? So everyone's trying to do something different.
So ours was sort of pared down compared to that in 2012, but
we did have
British
James Bond and the Queen.
And the Queen.
I mean, you couldn't beat that, could you?
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of criticism because apparently Lady Gaga's thing was pre-recorded. And there's loads of stuff in the papers this morning saying, well, how dare she why is she pre-recorded? It wouldn't have been her decision.
No.
That would have just been what the organisers said had to happen.
It would have been a technical thing, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I imagine the sound people would have said there's only one way you can create this, by doing it earlier.
But apparently pre-recorded. Celine was live though. I'm gonna watch that again. I've got it loaded up on YouTube.
All right.
So I'm going to watch it in a bit. Should we move to the States?
Yes, let's go to the States now. And Donald Trump has slammed Kamala Harris over her position on the Israel-Gaza war. And that happened during a meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu.
She's a radical left person, San Francisco, destroyed San Francisco. She's really a destroyer. She doesn't know how to build. And I think her remarks were disrespectful. They weren't very nice. Pertaining to Israel. I actually don't know how a person who's Jewish can vote for her.
Well, the former US president also said a third world war could erupt if he loses the election in November.
Yeah, he was talking at Mar-a-Lago. That's where that all happened. It was their first face-to-face meeting in nearly 4 years, apparently.
He also said he wanted to mend an important political alliance with Israel. Of course, Mr. Netanyahu previously congratulated Joe Biden on his election victory in 2020. Well, I mean, as you would,
yeah.
But he was also been seen during this visit with Kamala Harris.
Yes.
Looking perfectly delighted to meet her.
Well, there's going to be a lot of tit-for-tat arguments from now on, really, isn't there? Let's talk to former advisor to the Clinton and Bush administrations, Steve Gill. And a very good morning to you, Steve. Yeah,
good morning, guys.
This war of words is going to get pretty nasty, isn't it, between Trump and Harris?
Yeah, and I think the big problem for Kamala Harris is her words that are being put out. She's now announcing today that she is opposed or supporting fracking, which is the way you generate more oil and gas, as she looks at the poll numbers in Pennsylvania, some other states where oil and gas generation is important. But she's on the record saying the opposite a few years ago. She's now having to backfill the fact that she was put in charge of our illegal immigration issue at the border. They're now trying to deny she was put in charge of that. They're having to backtrack her words before we even get to the war of words between her and Donald Trump.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, though, it's not helpful, is it, with Donald Trump saying things like, if I don't lose, it'll be World War III. I mean, heck, if that isn't reminiscent of what we saw 4 years ago, I don't know what is. Trying to sort of say, it feels like he's rallying the army.
You know, it's interesting, though, that you've got President Zelensky in Ukraine, who's already talking about negotiating a resolution with Russia. By the way, under Ukrainian law that he put in place, it is illegal for him to negotiate any resolution with Russia. But he's recognizing that it looks like Donald Trump may get elected. The anytime teller machine from American taxpayers may come to an end. So he's already moving his stand to try and get something done before Donald Trump perhaps gets back in office. I think we're seeing the same thing in Israel again. Kamala Harris met for a brief 14 seconds, I think, for a photo op with Benjamin Netanyahu, and then basically went out and condemned Israel and their actions. Still hasn't condemned the violent actions of the pro-Palestinian anti-Semitic protesters in Washington who were burning American flags, defacing memorials. So again, I think she's trying to help be on both sides of that issue, in part because there are large Muslim populations in Minnesota and Michigan. She wants to make sure she retains, and even it means putting at risk perhaps the Jewish vote. She's got to have that Muslim vote in Michigan and Minnesota to win.
What do you think of her performance so far? It's been a tough call for her, having to step into Biden's shoes almost. But is she making her mark? Could she do it? Could she beat Trump?
I think it's very difficult because she's got to brand herself, or in some cases rebrand herself, in just 100 or so days until the election. The image that people have of her with her laughter, with her cackling, the hands gestures that she makes when she speaks, the word salads that she engages in, and the fact that she was working closely with Joe Biden. If anybody should have known that he was mentally and physically incapable of serving as president and running for re-election, she should have known. So I think the real question focused on her as we move forward is going to be, what did she know? When did she know it? How long has she known that Joe Biden was incapable of doing this? And I think those questions on her are going to be a big part of the campaign in certainly in the next few weeks, while she tries to get her legs under her.
Oh, come on, Steve. Come on. You can't criticise Kamala Harris for facial expressions, hand gestures and word salad. I mean, anyone could throw that at Donald Trump a million times over.
Yeah, but I think the problem that she has is this kind of cackling laughter that is annoying. And I think there's been polling that was done by the Biden administration and the Democrats who found that she was annoying, which is why they didn't want to turn the torch over to her. And let me mention that torch. We're being told that Joe Biden was such a hero to pass the torch to Kamala. He didn't pass it. They took it from him. They beat him with it, and then they handed it to her. She hasn't gotten a single vote ever for president, didn't get any votes in this election. This was a coup to take Joe Biden out of power and hand it to her without anybody voting for her.
You don't sound very impressed.
No, and I think when you look at her record, again, she doesn't have a track record to run on, and I don't think people perceive her as having the strength to go toe-to-toe with President Putin, to go toe-to-toe with Kim Jong-un, President Xi, or even really to stand next to people like our allies, like Starmer and you guys. They don't see her as being at that level, and I think that's going to be focused. And that's, I think, what Donald Trump's trying to point out. If you don't have a strong leader, we continue to lurch toward really dangerous times as the Chinese test us, as Russia continues to test us in Europe. These are dangerous times, and you have to have somebody that conveys strength in the White House, and I don't think she does.
OK. Steve, good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. I don't know what I make of that.
It's funny enough, I mean, I found her laughter,
you don't like
grinning, very, very annoying from the start. But I've noticed in the last couple of days she's not doing it anymore.
She's not doing it, no. Well, that's fair enough.
She's keeping a much more serious look to her.
I mean, look at Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah.
She was trained to lower her voice and all that sort of thing. I don't know. I tell you what I find interesting about that, and I'm not being at all partisan, but it's the idea of saying, well, she hasn't got the experience, she hasn't got the... Well, nobody has when they first go into office. But you always... Well,
neither did Donald Trump.
No, exactly. But you always get that from people, don't you? When someone's had some experience before, you go, wow. So you either criticise them because they've been in and they've got a track record that you don't like, or you say, well, they have got eggs. It's not time for someone who's not done it before.
And I also think it's a bit mean-spirited to look backwards and to blame her for what happened to Joe Biden, or blame her for sort of snatching the torch from Biden. That's the past. What we've got to do is look to the future and just test her mettle over the next 100 or so days to see if she has got what it takes. I don't think you can blame her for what happened with Joe Biden, can you?
I wouldn't have thought so, to be perfectly honest.
It's politics, isn't it?
But
she was, she was his VP.
Yeah. Well, look, let us know what you think. gbnews.com/yoursay. It certainly has made the race more interesting. And actually, from Trump's... No wonder Trump's on the offensive with it, because actually those poll numbers are tightening.
And we're talking about her. People are talking about her.
Which is interesting. She's been VP for 4 years. A lot of us really don't know anything about her.
Not at all. But I think she was under the thumb.
Yes.
Under the Biden administration's thumb.
Mind you, you never hear a lot about vice presidents, do you? No. I mean, it's like
bug.
Fly.
There's a bug.
Second in command, and yet they never...
No.
From our perspective, you never see them do anything.
VPs have a tough time, don't they? They're just sort of there as a spare.
Yeah. Oh, it's the Prince Harry of American politics.
Sort of, yeah.
Right, anyway, let's crack on. It's 25 minutes past 6. Let's have a look at some of the other stories heading into the newsroom this morning.
Well, the Chief Constable of Greater Manchester Police has responded to that video footage of an officer seen kicking and stamping on a man at the airport, saying that the incident is a source of profound regret. Stephen Watson insists the force is committed to supporting a criminal investigation into the officer's behaviour. And that comes after the Mayor of Greater Manchester appealed for a rigorous and swift investigation.
Doctors are working to reattach a surfer's leg in Australia after he was attacked by a shark. Kai McKenzie, who's 23, was surfing near Port Macquarie, about 250 miles from Sydney, when he was bitten by a 3-metre-long great white. An off-duty officer was on hand, thankfully, to stem the bleeding.
The price of a bar of dairy milk is up by as much as 12% since last month, as the cost of making chocolate continues to rise. The owners of Cadbury say cocoa and sugar have become much more expensive, along with energy, packaging and transport. That story about the surfer.
Oh, yeah.
What was amazing, apparently, was that, I mean, obviously he was attacked and he came in from the shore and his leg followed him, apparently. A wave carried his leg, which is why they were able to rescue it and try and reattach it.
I'm amazed that they can do something like that, or at least attempt to reattach all the vessels and the nerves and that. I mean, how on earth do you do it? I tell you what does, on the serious note, what worries me about that Greater Manchester police story is that senior, very, very senior officer, of course, but saying it's a matter of profound regret. And I just think you should zip it because there's an investigation ongoing. So don't be saying that. That's like an admission of saying, it was all very wrong. Well, maybe it was, but we don't know that yet because the investigation hasn't been done. So just zip it till the investigation's done. It just astounds me that a police officer
I suppose he's just trying
would do that.
Quell the growing hostility towards the police. So he felt he had to say something. But I agree, it sort of sounds like an admission of guilt.
Which makes you wonder, whatever the reality, are they just throwing someone under the bus to try and... I mean, I don't know the rights and wrongs. I mean, I don't know the rights and wrongs of what went on.
And we don't know the context
none of us do at this stage.
That's right.
That's why you need an investigation. And then come to a conclusion. Then you can say what you like when it's all been concluded. Anyway, there you go.
Well, let's get on to real controversial stuff, and that's the weather. Wherever you are, Paris or elsewhere in England, we'd love to know what the weather is going to be like. Here's Aidan.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. Some sunny spells today, but there will be a number of heavy downpours around, even some more prolonged rain, especially first thing across northern England, parts of southern Scotland, and then this area of heavy rain moving into West Wales. But scattered showers could break out just about anywhere by the afternoon. The most frequent will be in the north and the west. Drier towards the southeast with some sunshine coming through, some places avoiding the showers and staying dry with highs of 24 Celsius. Mid to high teens where we've got those showers moving through along with some gusty winds. A few showers will continue into the evening, but actually quite quickly those showers will fade away and some decent sunshine will return widely by the evening. So a more settled end to the day, the showers becoming fewer and further between. Still a few knocking around at 5 p.m, but I imagine by around 8 p.m, most of these will have disappeared and there'll be some decent sunshine coming through. So blue skies in between those showers during the evening, but those blue skies developing very quickly, more widely as the sun goes down. Then overnight, lengthy clear spells, temperatures falling away, perhaps a few mist patches, some patchy cloud there for the north and west of Scotland and Northern Ireland. And with some mist and fog about first thing, it won't be entirely blue skies, but it will be a fine start to Sunday. And temperatures will be on the fresh side first thing. It will soon warm up, the mist and fog will disperse, and then, for the vast majority, blue skies developing across the UK. Into the afternoon, little change really. There will be some cloud bubbling up, some thicker cloud there in the far northwest, but otherwise it's simply a sunny Sunday with temperatures reaching 26 or 27 Celsius, up to 30 or 31 by Tuesday.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
30 degrees by Tuesday.
Wow.
Get the barbecue out.
Yes, you might as well, very quickly.
Yes.
Yeah. You might only have one day to have a barbie, so make the most of it while you can.
Fabulous. Right, if you still need something to smile about, there's still plenty of time to enjoy a massive win this summer, as short as it may be. You could get £30,000 in tax-free cash.
Yep, you really could be our next big winner. Here's how to enter.
Celebrate a spectacular summer with your chance to win an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash in our Great British Giveaway. It's the biggest prize of the year so far, and it's totally tax-free. What would you spend that on? Luxury holidays, a new car, or just put it away for a rainy day? Whatever you do with £30,000 in tax-free cash, make sure you don't miss out on the chance to make it yours. For another chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text cash to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2, or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Still to come, we'll be talking more about that Olympic opening ceremony. Janice has been in touch. She said, I thought it was the worst opening ceremony for the Olympic Games ever.
Yeah. Claire says, I really enjoyed it. Yes, it was raining, so what? But Paris looked beautiful.
And Ethan says, it had some good moments, but mostly it was waiting for Celine that kept me watching, and she was amazing.
There you go. Anyway, Aidan's got all the details in a minute.
Welcome to State of the Nation, daily plunge into the stories shaping our country. I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, and Monday to Thursday we bring you the insights, the facts, the truth about how our country is being governed. Because what happens in Downing Street matters down your street. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Your lunchtime update on the stories that matter across the UK.
From breaking news and insightful analysis, inspiring stories and lively debates. You're comparing yourself to a former Prime Minister.
Which is it?
Stay informed, stay updated, stay entertained.
I just don't know how anyone would not want to be there.
Every weekday from midday.
We are Good Afternoon Britain, only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the arguments. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together, and what have we got? In my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Are the newspapers getting you down?
My wife didn't divorce me that month.
Struggling to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I know that it's a bit of a circus at the best of times.
Well, don't worry. Headliners has got you covered. We'll take the burden of reading the day's news, and if we get depressed, who cares? It's an occupational hazard, frankly. That's Headliners on GB News from 11 p.m. till midnight, and the following morning, 5 till 6 a.m. on GB News, the comedy channel. Nah, just kidding. Britain's news channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent? I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tune in to Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan. GB News royalty with your perfect start to the weekend. Lucky us. Feisty and fearless guests.
Well, I'm a normal person, so ask me.
Honest opinions.
That raises more questions than a Gary Barlow tax return.
And a few surprises along the way.
Might be cold in this studio.
That is Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan. 8 to 9, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
All right, let's talk Olympics. Ada McGee is here, and I have to confess, in the break, we did just have a little bit of a recap of the whole Celine Dion moment on the Eiffel Tower. I mean, heck, that woman can sing.
My goodness, she looked wonderful too. She was wearing sparkly white, head to toe, really. But she can sing, yeah.
Amazing.
That was a very canny trick, actually, by the organisers, because they kept everybody guessing. I did say yes, I stuck my neck on the line.
Yes,
I
you
said
did.
she's going to be there, and I haven't mentioned to Stephen this morning. I didn't want to bring that up. But yeah, see, they kept her right to the end, and they kept her guessing to the extent that no one even knew where she was going to appear. I mean, I was looking at the layout of everything, and I thought, where's she going to show up? I mean, you're going to need a substantial stage. And then she appeared in the Eiffel Tower, and it was absolutely sensational.
I was just trying to make... Was she one floor up?
Yeah, she was.
First floor.
She was, and so it all seems very obvious now.
Yes.
But, I mean, there was a whole Twitter hashtag or some messages on there from all over the world in different languages. Where the hell is she? You know, staying up for... And they even thought the torchbearer who was masked, they thought at the end of it, maybe they'd whip it off, and there she'd be. There she'd be singing.
She looked wonderful and she sounded fantastic.
I mean, I didn't think she would, having announced that she'd arrived the day before, I didn't think she'd not be part of it.
No.
A point I made.
Yeah, you did make that point, yes. As I said, nothing was confirmed.
No, Lady Gaga was earlier on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, did you say you thought it was pre-recorded?
The Gaga thing apparently was, yeah. According to media reports.
Right, it didn't look it.
Well, it'd be shot as live, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
As we say in the biz.
Yeah, I didn't know what that was until I came into town.
Well, that's live.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know what it was. Didn't know what all sorts of these different things were. But that's what you learn, isn't it? But listen, nonetheless, it was. Look, it kept me focused. It kept me on it. I know I'm looking at it for work, obviously, but 3.5 hours is a bit of. I'm not sure what London 2012 took back 12 years ago. But look, if you're going to go down a river and you're going to use that, you need to build something new. They haven't really built anything new. This is very much an off-the-peg Olympics. This is what they wanted to do 20 years ago when they tried to get the vote in 2005, and that wasn't kind of fashionable back then. You had to build stuff. You had to build stadiums. You had to build stuff where, if you look at the lessons learned from around the world in the previous 30, 40 years, there were lots of white elephants around the Sydney Olympic Stadium. Doesn't get used as much as it should. That's certainly the case with Athens, yeah. In fact, the London one was good because West Ham United moved in, albeit 4 years later, and although lots of people within the Olympic movement didn't like the idea of a football club moving in there, it really was and has been proved the only viable option.
Yeah,
going forward. But I've got some interesting stats though about the Olympics if you want. 184 countries. How many athletes do you reckon?
Athletes.
You've read this, haven't you?
I know. I know this one. It's
slightly down on Rio in 2016.
It's about 9,500 or something.
Not bad. And are you going to advance that?
10,500.
10,500. Yeah, I actually don't know.
It's 10,500.
It is it?
It is, yeah.
But
Rio
I know
was 11.
it's first time ever, isn't it? It's exactly the same number as men.
Yes, there's an exact gender balance. Yeah. OK, who has the most athletes? That's an easy one.
America.
Yeah, 594, followed by France, then Australia. How many journalists do you reckon are there? Accredited journalists.
About 15.
How many of us lot?
About 15,000.
20,000. Volunteers?
Oh, gosh.
This
volunteers in
50,000.
Yeah.
45. You didn't read my sheet.
No, I haven't.
You're getting very close to these numbers. I'm not happy about that. You've got one new sport. Do we know what that is? Surely we know that is.
Oh, no.
It's called breaking, but it's actually breakdancing. Actually, yeah. I mean, I can see them. They're trying to appeal to a younger audience, aren't they?
Well, every Olympics they have to invent a new one.
Yeah. I was quite into body popping when I was younger. It's not the same thing.
Well, I was going to say breakdancing. Isn't that something from the 80s?
Yeah, it is a bit.
That was our era, rather than
your
now.
era. No, yeah, it was. No, it was. I remember being quite fashionable about 85, 86.
Yeah, did you ever do it?
I did. I was more body popping, that sort of stuff. I think that's what it is.
Is that as... If you're listening on the radio, thank heaven.
All right, so there's been skateboarding is making a return, as is surfing and sport climbing as well. The first medal.
Where are they going to do surfing?
They did actually show it last night.
They're doing it off Tahiti, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, of course.
They did show it. They all looked because they were saying how well they looked. Because it was the only part we saw where it wasn't raining.
What a shame.
It looked good. And then we're going to see the first medal awarded this morning at 10:30 in the shooting. That's the mixed team rifle. In terms of the real stellar events, 100-metre final for women is Saturday, August the 3rd, and for the men it's 24 hours later on August the 4th.
Yeah, so it's weeks and weeks of it.
Yes.
Are they going to do the Paralympics as well?
Yes, that's usually afterwards.
Yes, usually.
It is, yeah.
Good.
So I'll get some details on that in the next hour, if you like. But quite a good story about this this Australian hockey player.
The Australian hockey player.
You alerted me to it.
Tell us, yeah. He
Matt Dawson's his name.
That's right.
Oh.
He injured his hand. He injured his one particular finger on his hand very badly. So much so that the top of it was mangled.
Yes, and he was given an option. They said, you can fuse it back together for you, but it's going to take months. They said, if you want to play at the games, as long as you don't think it's going to inhibit your performance, we can get you back on the field in 10 days.
So they amputated him.
And he's on screen now, if you can see, for the benefit of our radio listeners. And so he's gone for the amputation. And he said, look, I'm at the older end of my career, and this could be my last chance to play in the Olympics. So he's throwing caution to the wind, and I hope it doesn't detract from his performance.
Which finger was it?
It doesn't say. It just says a badly injured digit.
Yeah.
I was good.
I think it's the ring finger, I think, actually.
Is it?
Yeah.
I was just doing it to avoid getting married then, isn't he?
Yes, I don't think so.
Easier to get the ring off.
Yeah, it's quite a big decision, but I suppose if you are an Olympic athlete and you've been looking forward to these games...
What I don't know is whether
no-brainer.
in the future you can go back and after the games and maybe have it fused back on. I don't know.
No,
I wouldn't have thought so.
No, I don't think so.
I mean, cryogenically preserved.
I think stuff like that has to be done quite quickly.
Yes. Yeah, it's horrible to think about, isn't it?
Yeah. I know a few people who've had... they've chosen to have amputations.
My CBT
when they've had damaged something, and this
sometimes
is so bad.
Sometimes it's better than the long, painful process of trying to rebuild.
When we were at school, our CDT teacher shaved a bit of his thumb off on the circular saw. It wasn't in my class. I was in the school at the time.
CDT, craft design and technology.
Yep.
God, I bet they don't do that anymore.
No, they changed. He left because of that. He told me he left because of that. But they then called it. They then separated it up, and there was food technology. Don't know how techno an apple pie got, but especially if you cook something like mine.
You never know. You never know. Right, we're out of time, Aidan. Thank you very much indeed. We'll see you a little bit later on.
Yes, and still to come, we'll be going through the papers with Stephanie Tucci and Fraser Myers. That's next.
Nana Queer, weekends from 3 p.m.
Oh no, just when I thought it was safe, here we go round again. The target this time is one of the most recognisable landmarks in London. Standing at 176 feet tall, the Albert Memorial was commissioned by Queen Victoria in 1862 to honour her late husband, Prince Albert, and was built 10 years later, a year and a century before I was born. Now, situated in Hyde Park, the monument depicts a gold statue of the Prince, alongside 4 groups of large statues which represent the 4 continents of the world: Asia, America, Africa and Europe. Now, the statues representing Asia include a woman on an elephant. America is represented by a Native American with a bison. Africa shows a woman riding a camel, and there's a white European woman reading a book to a black African tribesman. Now, the Royal Parks website claims that these statues draw on racial stereotypes. The Royal Parks, who manage parks in London, deemed it as highly offensive because it reflects a Victorian view of the world. Of course, it reflects a Victorian view of the world. It was built in the Victorian era by request of Queen Victoria. Shock, horror. And it only reflects this view, if you even know what that is. Why would this be offensive? Surely you could at least appreciate the fact and the feat of this artwork, which is quite impressive, even now. Daily Mail journalist Robert Hardman went on a tour of those incredible tunnels, and he said it goes on and on like the catacombs until you realise that you're actually going round and round a series of concentric circles. This is a monument in itself to the technical rigour and pride which went into the Victorian engineering. Exactly.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Nana Akweer, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
It's true.
You're not wrong.
No one will be cancelled.
Lovely. Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Every Saturday, 10 till 12, we'll bring you all of the news that you need to know. We'll also remind you that there is so much to smile about.
It's my favourite time of the week. I get to relax, enjoy some light-hearted stories, and let Ellie teach me about fashion too.
That's Saturday Morning Live, every Saturday, 10 till 12.
Only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
6:46, good morning. Let's have a look at some of the newspapers for you this morning. The Telegraph leads with the far left accused of sabotaging France's transport infrastructure yesterday.
Well, the Times leads in a similar vein, focusing on the Olympic sabotage.
Days of travel chaos await Olympic travellers, is the headline for the Eye.
La Farce leads the Daily Mail as they report on the rain putting a real dampener on the event.
A massive tax raid on the way, says the Express.
Well, joining us to go through what's making the news in the newspapers, Stephanie and Fraser. Thank you very much for coming in.
Good morning.
Right, what did you think of the Olympics, first of all?
Well, I like things all French anyway, so I was in my moment last night, and I thought they brought the theatrics, I thought they pulled it off, I thought the rain was going to dampen everything, but they managed to put on a good show. I felt like it was quite entertaining.
Disjointed, though?
There were bits where I was just like, OK, let me switch off, but I think that's the whole part of it. There's always going to be bits that people like and other people will just be like, no, this is too much for me. But obviously, as an entertainment person, I lived for the Celine Dion moment because I was like...
she was fantastic.
She was amazing, and to be honest, if you've watched her documentary, but she released recently, you would be astonished that she managed to pull the vocals she did last night. And it got to a point when it was getting to the end of the show, I was like, has something happened to Celine? I thought, has she had a crisis or something like that? Is she going to come on? But she done an astounding job. So
I mean, just to make sure everybody understands that she suffers from this awful thing called stiff person.
So it's like her whole muscle spasms up. And literally, when I watched the documentary, it looked like she was about to die. When you see the suffering she goes through for this was like her first live performance in 4 years. And I won't be surprised if it might be one of her last performances because the amount of medical attention she needs around the clock, what she done last night, that is miraculous. She absolutely knocked it out of the park. That was stunning, and she did it on the Eiffel Tower, which looked amazing, and while they launched the Olympic flame, which was on this wonderful hot air balloon. I thought that was absolutely stunning.
But it was things like that where you wanted the drama. And I just didn't think there was enough drama.
I agree with that, because I think the whole thing was maybe a bit of a hot mess. I think probably they will regret the decision to do it on the river. Yeah, because it just felt like there was just these different sort of tableaux. Some of them didn't quite work, some of them better than others. I mean, I enjoyed the one, the sort of French Revolutionary one with the heavy metal and starting with the beheaded Marie Antoinette. It was gloriously bonkers, I thought. But some of them I was less keen on, I think. A lot of people complaining, maybe a bit, complaining a bit too much about the sort of drag queens and stuff, being a bit spoil sports about that. But that was actually what I think modern France is like. France is a bit bonkers, actually. It's not the serious country that we often think of it to be.
Mind you, in the midst of all of this, of course, we had these arson attacks yesterday. Don't know who's behind it all at this stage.
I know. The French were outsmarted, despite all of their, security and all of the police. Whoever the culprits are, they just found one sector which they knew that not many people would be focused on. Now, there's a lot of suspicion, whether it's Russia, whether it's a hard left extremist group. But I guess only time will tell. But it made me feel a bit unsettled, because I was like, if they've managed to do this, what else could they have in store during these Olympics that the police or security have taken their eye off the ball on? And the precision of these arson attacks, where they targeted them, it suggests someone with a decent degree of knowledge. So that's either that could point to the sort of domestic hard left, potentially people with knowledge of the railways, or it could point to spies. So, you know, they've already arrested a Russian spy who was posing as a chef as part of the... And there's been so many different plots foiled, including by Hamas and Islamists. So this is... To be fair to the French, you know, this is one of the most challenging Olympic Games to secure. So it's a real shame that put a dampener on the opening ceremony.
Well, I'm not surprised as well, because I hate saying this, but France has always been a bit of a terrorist playground in that sense. And for something as big as the Olympics...
and to stage the Olympics during a time when the whole world, it seems, is in upheaval. We've got wars going on and protests about everything all the time. To try and stage a peaceful Olympics is...
France itself in huge domestic political turmoil.
Can we have a look at the Telegraph? The Obamas have finally backed Kamala Harris.
What took them a week? It took them a week to back Kamala. I keep on saying her name wrong, like Kamala Harris. But yeah, they've done a video which she released yesterday, which Obama was on the phone with Michelle, and they were like, "We're happy to endorse you." And I think a lot of people were waiting for them to endorse her, because they're like the big shots when it comes to the Democrats. So, but I think the reason why Obama took so long is he wanted to see it as a fair process, whether there was going to be any other candidates that will come forward before he said clearly that she was going to be the chosen one. But I think this week it's all been about her. I think she's kind of overshadowed Trump this week. I think if we had another week of ailing Joe Biden, it just seems like their hopes of winning this election would have been out the window. But now she's ingested some much needed motivation and maybe belief that maybe she could actually win it for the Democrats.
Do you think she could?
I don't know. I mean, it remains to be seen. Anything can happen in this election. Jesus Christ, you know, we've had
language.
The retirement of the withdrawal of Joe Biden, the shooting of one of the candidates. I will not rule out any eventuality in 2024. But
I'll tell you what, it's allowed Trump to be more vitriolic again.
I think so. Yes, he seemed a bit subdued. I think he wanted Biden to stay on. I think he didn't want to attack him too much. But I do think, you know, as you pointed out, it took a week for the Obamas to come out in favour of Kamala. And there is a reason for that, and because privately they had their doubts about whether she is the one to win the election. And I think the same was true of Joe Biden. I think that probably was one of the things that led him to cling on maybe just a bit too long. So I'm not convinced that she's the one to win over. You know, let's not forget, like, the Democrats do win the popular vote pretty much in every election, but it's an electoral college race, and you have to win in many of the swing states. These are many of the sort of places with like large white working class people. That's where Trump is very popular. And does Kamala appeal to them? I'm not sure.
I feel like this is the most I've seen her in 4 years.
Well, it is,
I feel like she's been very much in the shadows, and like now is when I'm actually seeing her style, her character. So I think for the public, we're all being introduced to her, and maybe if she is the president, this is the woman she'll probably be the most powerful woman on the planet. It's quite interesting.
Well, we shall see. Stephanie, can we talk about UGLY?
You ain't got no alibi.
You ugly.
I don't like calling anybody ugly, but Britain's ugliest stock, Pooch, is finally having its day. Peggy, she is a pug Chinese crested mix, and she's finally had her day in Hollywood. Have we got a picture of her? I don't think we do. Oh, but she's starring in Deadpool with... So she's having her day. She's having her day on the red carpet. She starred in Deadpool, and she's managed to do a lot of things what a lot of women haven't done, and she smooched Ryan.
Oh, that's one
Ryan
ugly dog.
It is an ugly dog.
Right, thank you both. We'll see you a little bit later on. Here's the weather.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. Some sunny spells today, but there will be a number of heavy downpours around, even some more prolonged rain, especially first thing across northern England, parts of southern Scotland, and then this area of heavy rain moving into West Wales. But scattered showers could break out just about anywhere by the afternoon. The most frequent will be in the north and the west. Drier towards the southeast with some sunshine coming through, some places avoiding the showers and staying dry with highs of 24 Celsius. Mid to high teens where we've got those showers moving through along with some gusty winds. A few showers will continue into the evening, but actually quite quickly those showers will fade away and some decent sunshine will return widely by the evening. So a more settled end to the day, the showers becoming fewer and further between. Still a few knocking around at 5 p.m, but I imagine by around 8 p.m. most of these will have disappeared and there'll be some decent sunshine coming through. So blue skies in between those showers during the evening, but those blue skies developing very quickly, more widely as the sun goes down. Then overnight, lengthy clear spells, temperatures falling away, perhaps a few mist patches, some patchy cloud there for the north and west of Scotland and Northern Ireland. And with some mist and fog about first thing, it won't be entirely blue skies, but it will be a fine start to Sunday. And temperatures will be on the fresh side first thing. It will soon warm up, the mist and fog will disperse, and then, for the vast majority, blue skies developing across the UK. Into the afternoon, little change really. There will be some cloud bubbling up, some thicker cloud there in the far northwest, but otherwise it's simply a sunny Sunday with temperatures reaching 26 or 27 Celsius, up to 30 or 31 by Tuesday.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Celebrate a spectacular summer with your chance to win an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash in our Great British Giveaway. It's the biggest prize of the year so far, and it's totally tax-free. What would you spend that on? Luxury holidays, a new car, or just put it away for a rainy day? Whatever you do with £30,000 in tax-free cash, make sure you don't miss out on a chance to make it yours. For another chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text cash to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2 or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Join me, Neil Oliver, every Sunday night at 6 p.m. on GB News. And if an hour is not nearly enough for you, go to gbnews.com for special extended episodes online every Friday at 9 p.m, where we can truly get into the nitty-gritty of what's going on. GB News, Britain's news channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/your-say. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Mark Dolan tonight is your weekend dose of news, debate and entertainment.
This sounds like a wild conspiracy theory.
Don't miss My Big Opinion. Mark Meets at My Take at 10.
Democracy is a funny old thing.
And we don't do boring, not on my watch. I just won't have it.
Go and get another glass of that bubbly, you've earned it.
That's Mark Dolan tonight, Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 11, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Are the newspapers getting you down?
My wife didn't divorce me that month.
Struggling to separate the wheat from the chaff?
I know that it's a bit of a circus at the best of times.
Well, don't worry, Headliners has got you covered. We'll take the burden of reading the day's news, and if we get depressed, who cares? It's an occupational hazard, frankly. That's Headliners on GB News from 11 p.m. till midnight, and the following morning, 5 till 6 a.m. on GB News, the comedy channel. Nah, just kidding. Britain's news channel.
Good morning to you. chaos in Paris.
The Olympic opening ceremony is hit with torrential rain as the far left and/or Russia are accused of coordinated assaults on French infrastructure.
Well, all this comes as the sensation that is Celine Dion gave a powerhouse performance at the Games to the backdrop of a Parisian light show.
Trump attacks Kamala. Donald Trump meets with Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago, where he condemned Kamala Harris's disrespectful remarks over Gaza.
He's a radical left person. San Francisco, destroyed San Francisco. She's really a destroyer. She doesn't know how to build.
Strictly Come scandal. The crisis deepens as more people are axed. One pro reportedly under medical supervision after being dropped from the series.
And a marathon miracle. An athlete who's 23 weeks pregnant is going to run the UK's toughest ultra marathon. We'll be joined by Chloe McNiven a bit later on in the programme.
Good morning. Freak, unique, or just a bit bleak? The French capital hosted a glitzy but rain-drenched opening ceremony amid major travel disruption. And we were all a bit gaga by the end, weren't we? We'll be reflecting on this later this hour.
Plenty of showers to talk about today, but if it's warm sunshine you're after, I've got news of that coming up in today's weather forecast.
It's just gone 7 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Ann Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
Loads of you getting in touch about the opening ceremony last night. And it's interesting. No one's sort of properly convinced by it. But I just think it was all just... You need to do it in a venue. Yeah. And then there's all that focus and you know what's going on.
Because you could argue the best bit was the Eiffel Tower at the end,
yeah,
because that's one place to focus on, isn't it? And it provided an incredible stage for Celine Dion.
I felt she was the prize for those who sat through the duration as I did. She was the prize at the end, but there was still lots.
But there was a lot of uncertainty about
there was,
whether she was
by
going
the
to
end,
actually make it.
You're thinking, is she going to appear or not? Leaving it late, but yeah, she was the main. She was the main event. I like that.
Graham says, "Morning, Graham. A bit sad when the best bit was the Minions."
What were the Minions?
The Minions, they're from Despicable Me.
But they were French, weren't they? They were French. They were
yes,
French.
Of course they. Yeah.
They were speaking French.
Les Mignons.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't know. Yeah. There you go. I never knew that. Sylvia says, Anne, if you're going to watch the highlights, it won't take long.
Oh dear. I am going to watch.
Tim is a bit more balanced. Tim, who says the opening ceremony in general was OK, but there were parts that were exciting. Others, I almost fell asleep. And I think that's the problem. You just need it to be a bit more condensed, and it would have been all right.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right because at the beginning, it's just a procession. Don't forget, it's 184 countries.
Yes.
You've got to get all those boats through. I mean, they don't all have a boat each. The smaller nations might have one. There might be 4 to a boat. But as I said before, did you see 450 US athletes? Could we not seen 50?
Yeah. So who'd you pick though?
You'd feel how many medals? It shows you medals.
Oh well, yeah. So anyway, there you go. So it's but you know, it's Celine Dion. If anything, it's about Celine Dion, which is weird, isn't it? Because it's the Olympics.
Yeah.
But she was just incredible last night. Watch that, if nothing else. It's only one song, but by heck, can she perform? Anyway, she was the star of the show last night, but of course the torrential rain hit everything.
It's not that impressive just watching that boat go by, really, with a load of athletes on top of it. But there were athletes from all around the world waving their country's flags, as you do, in the opening ceremony of any Olympics.
But it was overshadowed, of course, by what appears to be a coordinated attack on French infrastructure yesterday morning. A series of fires bringing the country's train system to a grinding halt.
So who was to blame? Well, Russia, Iran, hard-left saboteurs have all been accused of launching what was a coordinated arson attack.
Well, let's talk to our reporter, Sophie Reaper, who's live in Paris this morning. I know we're going to talk about the terrorism incident a little bit later on, but in terms of what we actually saw last night, Sophie, what did you make of it, being in the thick of it yesterday?
Well, good morning to you both. I will say, first of all, that the weather hasn't much improved here in Paris, unfortunately, as we get going properly this morning with the events. It was amazing being there last night. I think for people watching it at home, not able to soak up that real atmosphere, that real Olympic spirit, it's a very different kettle of fish. Obviously, the rain, it was absolutely coming down. Myself and my cameraman were absolutely soaked to the skin by the end of it. But I think for a lot of people, they didn't really care. Obviously, for us, it was like a constant sensory overload, if anything. There was things happening all around you. We were in an excellent position. We had the Eiffel Tower right behind us, so we had the boats coming right in front of us. You could see the individual athletes on board their boats as they made their way down the Seine. We also had a bridge just to our left where we saw a fabulous catwalk and performances on there. And despite the rain, everything realistically seemed to go off without a hitch. I know there were some nerves going into the opening ceremony last night, given the transport issues, given the fact that the weather was going to be so poor. And President Macron himself had said that there were plans B and C ready to go if needs be. I'm not sure if either of those were implemented, but it seemed like plan A, because it just seemed to go off as we anticipated it would. Incredibly spectacular getting to see, as you said, Celine Dion and Lady Gaga. Really special as well for us to see Team GB come past us, seeing Tom Daley and Helen Glover, our flag bearers, holding the Union Jack high, representing our 300+ athletes who are going to be competing here in Paris over the coming days. So really, really special, a really great kickoff. There have been some questions, obviously. You mentioned there, Stephen, you kind of feel perhaps it should just be in a stadium to give that focal point, and I think that's kind of something that was felt on the ground as well. But as I say, for us, it was history. It's the first time it's ever been done outside of a stadium. So I think that alone was a very special thing to be a part of here in Paris. But I wonder, come Los Angeles in 2028, I think they may just resort to having it inside a stadium because, as you say, that is the tradition. And I think that's what we know. It's tried and tested. But something different, a bit of history here in Paris, and all I can say is that now we're very excited to get the competition well and truly underway here. Team GB are going to be going for their first medal this morning, so I'll have all of that and more coming up throughout the programme.
Yeah, I mean, you were there in amongst the crowds. Did people come from literally all over the world?
Absolutely, Anne. We had one particular group in front of us, a lot of Brazilian fans, and when their team boat came past, it was absolute carnage. And I will say as well, a lot of the smaller nations will have seen, the countries like Bahrain, Nicaragua, those kind of countries, they had an excellent response and they were so happy to be there. You could hear the athletes, even though we were on the banks of the Seine, even though they only had a handful of athletes on board, those smaller nations really did themselves proud last night. And as I say, there was representation from all over the world last night. Of course, we saw lots of Brits, we saw lots of people from Team USA and Australia, or all the big hitters. We saw lots of people from China, of course. They always have a huge following here, and of course the French. It's their home games after all. But we have seen people from all over. We were on the metro a couple of days ago with a few Fiji fans. So people are really getting behind this. They're getting really into it. And it's no wonder the Olympics is the biggest show in the world, isn't it, after all? So why not come along, even if you are from one of those smaller nations, and just get behind it and have a fabulous time? And that's certainly what was happening along the banks of the Seine last night.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Thank you very much indeed, Sophie. I do think it's different when you're there soaking up the atmosphere. I mean, it's a very special occasion. Anyway, look, of course, we were talking about this concern over what happened yesterday morning, what appears to be a coordinated attack on some of the French infrastructure. Security specialist Will Geddes is here. Morning, Will.
Morning.
The fingers of blame are being pointed, but in numerous directions.
Yes, of course.
Vague far-left accusations, whatever that means.
Yeah, well, the sort of vague far-left accusations are probably a little bit more mute than, say, blaming or putting the blame at the door of Russia, which I think is probably more likely to be the candidate behind it. I mean, you have to really break it down. In terms of the actual attacks themselves on these various different transportation hubs, they were pretty low level. They're low key. They were fires. They were arson. Now, one might say, yes, you know, that's pretty easy to organise and very easy to implement. However, to plan it is an entirely different thing. It's a question of where those fires would be placed, where would they be undertaken, and that takes a considerable amount of planning to think, OK, if we want to disrupt the infrastructure to a country, how are we going to do it? And I've been involved in these kinds of operations before, in the planning of them. And you look at what can you do to disrupt and embarrass a nation? And that's really would be the objective. And the key thing is to look at these things and go, what is the motivation behind it? Why would someone do this?
Well,
what is
you
the
answer
motivation?
it. Yes.
So, well, it would be to embarrass the nation. It would be to show that, obviously... Well, to be honest, Russia is in a very precarious position right now with this whole encroachment of NATO, the whole Ukraine situation, the presidential elections right now. You know, there are lots of things that certainly would assist Russia in unstabling or destabling certain countries in terms of their capability, their resilience, their robustness in terms of their security. Now, everybody knows the eyes of the world are focused on France right now. You know, this opening ceremony yesterday, which I think was incredibly brave to do on the Seine, the planning that goes behind that, I certainly wouldn't have wanted that
Almost
job.
impossible to police, I would have thought.
Oh, virtually impossible, absolutely, Anne. And even then, with all the resources that you can throw at it, you've still got that margin of potential vulnerability. And they had an option to put it in the Place de la Concorde as the alternate. Now, if they had stepped down from the Seine to Place de Concorde, they would have lost some face in the eyes of the world in terms of the security threats, because there were a few individuals that were arrested in advance of the Games who had jihadist plots, obviously, against the Games. So to keep it in the Seine, they had to show resilience. So what is another way to potentially get at them? And that is to disrupt their infrastructure.
They did make arrests yesterday as well following these fires, didn't they?
Yep.
So those people will be able to tell us something about the derivation of their plot.
I was interested. You said maybe. Are you talking things like cutouts?
Well, there's all sorts of things that you can potentially do. I mean, there was one individual that was actually arrested prior or just in the immediate wake of these attacks who was connected to FSB, which is the domestic intelligence agencies for Russia. Now, he seems to have disappeared a little bit. Now, you've got to bear in mind, as a nation, they're going to want to be very careful about what they actually put out in the public domain. So I would say we're probably never going to get the true answer necessarily to who was behind this, and it is convenient, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist by any stretch, but it's convenient to place the door of responsibility as, say, a far-left group.
Right. What strikes with it, if it was Russia, I mean, whether you'd class it as a terrorist?
No, I wouldn't, yeah.
Well, no, but within that scheme of things, you could still sort of say, couldn't you, well, it would be, whoever did it is acting as, if it was a nation-state, they're acting as a sort of terrorist nation-state, aren't they? Sending people out to...
Disruptor, yes. It's a disruptor. I mean...
But it's a bit of a fine line.
It is a fine line, because terrorism has changed in its sort of interpretation, as we've seen, certainly over the last sort of 10 years, where we've looked very much at sort of very visceral acts. And most terrorism, as it's usually sort of perceived these days, will involve harm to human life, whether that be casualties or fatalities. In this instance, this is a much more clever operation in terms of, let's just embarrass the nation that is going to be under the world's focus right now.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know,
it's so mean-spirited, isn't it?
It is.
Because the whole notion of the Olympics is about, peace, love and harmony, and, of course, sport.
Yes.
And suddenly you get these, as you call them, disruptors.
Yeah. And saboteurs.
Saboteurs.
I mean, the one thing I think we've just got to be cautious for, and I don't want to be the harbinger of doom, but I think it's early days. We've got about a month of games ahead of us. Most of these are focused into the centre of Paris. The problem is that there are these zones which are set up, which is fine, which is great, and you can secure those pretty well. It's much like doing the opening ceremony in a stadia. And I've been involved in 3 Olympics in the past and involved in security aspects. When we look at, obviously, the individuals that are coming into Paris, you've got the feral criminals, which we know are high in existence in Paris, and they will be the bees to the honey. And it's going to be the poor spectators who will be turning up, and their hotels may not be within those zones. They have to get to those zones. So the analogy I've been using recently is a bit like when I was in Baghdad, is trying to get into the green zone. You're almost running to the safe zone.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a mixture of old-fashioned policing and intelligence.
Technology, they're throwing everything at it. And there are 40 different participant nations who are also bringing all their capability to bear. I mean, even us in the United Kingdom, everybody will be contributing to try and help Paris have a safe Games. And because we've got our own participants, our own athletes, obviously, taking part.
I find it all too exciting, but I think I'm reading too many Tom Clancy's at the moment, Will. I think that's the bottom.
Well, I don't know. Sadly, the fiction and the fact is beginning to blur somewhat, isn't it?
Oh, don't tell me that. Dear me, I'm back. I'm redoing all the Tom Clancy's. I've done them already.
I like Tom Clancy as well.
I know, but it's
Very
all
good.
just...
Who doesn't like Tom Clancy?
Yeah.
I mean, they're just amazing, aren't
Clever
they? But
man.
it does all, as you say, it seems a bit too realistic. You listen to a lot of it. Thank you very much indeed, Will.
Pleasure.
Good to see you.
OK, so let's have a look at some of the other stories coming into the newsroom this morning.
Well, the Chief Constable of Greater Manchester Police has responded to video footage of an officer seen kicking and stamping on a man at an airport, saying it's a source of profound regret. Stephen Watson insists the force is committed to supporting a criminal investigation into the officer's behaviour. It comes after the Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, appealed for a rigorous and swift investigation.
In Australia, doctors are working to reattach a surfer's leg after he was attacked by a shark. He's Kai Mackenzie, he's 23, and he was surfing near Port Macquarie, which is about 250 miles from Sydney, when he was bitten by a 3-metre-long great white shark. An off-duty officer was on hand to stem the bleeding.
And here's some grim news this morning. If you fancy a little treat, the price of a bar of dairy milk is up by about 12% in a month. The cost of making chocolate is continuing to rise. Cadbury's say cocoa and sugar have become more expensive, along with, of course, energy, packaging and transport.
If you're listening on the radio, we just show pictures of the sort of the industrial process that is making chocolate. It's fascinating to
Couldn't
watch,
you just
isn't it?
dive into one of those vats?
Oh, no, I don't like chocolate that much.
Oh, don't you?
No, but I love
Oh.
to see how it's made.
It's the the bars are probably getting smaller.
Yeah.
Everything seems to be getting smaller.
Shrinkflation.
I had, between you and me, while no one else is listening, I had a packet of white chocolate digestives.
White chocolate.
But I'd noticed that when I was a kid, and it was a real treat to have a chocolate digestive, they were big.
Yeah,
They were great big
they were,
things.
yeah.
And now they're just little things like that.
Are you allowed to have them with your diabetes?
Yeah, you can manage it, yeah.
Yeah.
I was going hypo at the time, that's my excuse.
Oh, I see, OK. You'll find an excuse.
Yeah. Oh, hello. Anyway,
You didn't hear that.
Let's see what the weather's doing for you today. And over the next few days, it's looking good. Here's Aidan.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. Some sunny spells today, but there will be a number of heavy downpours around, even some more prolonged rain, especially first thing across northern England, parts of southern Scotland, and then this area of heavy rain moving into West Wales. But scattered showers could break out just about anywhere by the afternoon. The most frequent will be in the north and the west. Drier towards the southeast with some sunshine coming through, some places avoiding the showers and staying dry with highs of 24 Celsius. Mid to high teens where we've got those showers moving through along with some gusty winds. A few showers will continue into the evening, but actually quite quickly those showers will fade away and some decent sunshine will return widely by the evening. So a more settled end to the day, the showers becoming fewer and further between. Still a few knocking around at 5 p.m, but I imagine by around 8 p.m. most of these will have disappeared and there'll be some decent sunshine coming through. So blue skies in between those showers during the evening, but those blue skies developing very quickly, more widely as the sun goes down. Then overnight, lengthy clear spells, temperatures falling away, perhaps a few mist patches, some patchy cloud there for the north and west of Scotland and Northern Ireland. And with some mist and fog about first thing, it won't be entirely blue skies, but it will be a fine start to Sunday. And temperatures will be on the fresh side first thing. It will soon warm up, the mist and fog will disperse, and then, for the vast majority, blue skies developing across the UK. Into the afternoon, little change really. There will be some cloud bubbling up, some thicker cloud there in the far northwest, but otherwise it's simply a sunny Sunday with temperatures reaching 26 or 27 Celsius, up to 30 or 31 by Tuesday.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Right, there's still plenty of time to enjoy a massive win this summer with your chance to win 30 grand in tax-free cash. You could be our next big winner. Here's how to enter.
Celebrate a spectacular summer with your chance to win an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash in our Great British Giveaway. It's the biggest prize of the year so far, and it's totally tax-free. What would you spend that on? Luxury holidays, a new car, or just put it away for a rainy day? Whatever you do with £30,000 in tax-free cash, make sure you don't miss out on a chance to make it yours. For another chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text CASH to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2, or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Still to come for you, Donald Trump meets Benjamin Netanyahu. And it all got a bit controversial. Find out more in just a minute.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
Karen Stevenson was born in Stoke-on-Trent and read music at Trinity College, Cambridge. She's played cello with many of the world's great orchestras under the batons of some of the most renowned conductors, and she joins me now to discuss her career and the importance of music in education. Tell me about that. What is your role at the Philharmonia?
My role at the Philharmonia is number 2 cello. I've been there for about 15 years. Sometimes I play number 1 cello as well, which is a great opportunity for me.
Well, it's interesting you say that because I often think what a very difficult life it is to be a professional musician.
I make a living out of it. It is definitely possible. Yeah, we don't really like it when we get into a taxi and someone says, "What's your day job?" Because we work really hard.
I was kind of making the opposite point. Not that you'd also have a day job. I think the perfection that is required for a professional musician is extraordinary. On the whole, we are intolerant of mistakes in classical music.
Yes, we are.
And I just wondered whether you don't become very frustrated with a world in which everything else is imperfect.
You are only as good as your last concert, Michael. That's how it feels. It is a lot of pressure. Sometimes we will say, OK, a pint for every wrong note or something, but if depending on the piece of music, that could be quite dangerous.
How many hours a day do you have to practice?
You have to practice much more when you're younger, I think, when you're learning. I think this is really important. And when you're at music college, I'm a busy, I'm travelling, I have a family. I can't practice as much as I used to, so you have to rely on your experience. What I really wanted to say is that there's been a lot of fear-mongering about classical music being in decline and it not being relevant. And I really wanted to say that I don't think that's the case. Our audiences have increased. They're the highest they've been in 10 years.
The People's Channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the argument. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together and what have we got, in my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
I'm Patrick Christys. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threats on.
As time passes, she could have said storm.
You made my argument for me.
My guest and I tackle the issues that really matter with a sharp take on every story.
It went everywhere.
Something practical could be done.
Or I can become something different.
Patrick Christys tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Now to matters in the States. And Donald Trump has slammed Kamala Harris over her position on the Israel-Gaza war. This happened during a meeting he had with Benjamin Netanyahu.
She's a radical left person, San Francisco, destroyed San Francisco. She's really a destroyer. She doesn't know how to build. And I think her remarks were disrespectful. They weren't very nice, pertaining to Israel. I actually don't know how a person who's Jewish can vote for her.
Well, the former president also said a third world war could erupt if he loses the election in November.
Yes, well, him and Netanyahu, as you see there, it was their first face-to-face meeting in nearly 4 years.
Well, Mr. Trump also said he wanted to mend an important political alliance with the Israeli Prime Minister, who'd previously congratulated Joe Biden on his election victory back in 2020.
Yes, you really do feel as though you're warming up for an election now when international leaders meet both contenders for the next presidency. Joining us now is US political analyst Eric Ham, live from Washington. A very good morning to you. Yeah, it really does feel that way, doesn't it, that Benjamin Netanyahu made it a point to meet both people, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump?
Well, we know that President Trump, when he was in office, was very close to Prime Minister Netanyahu, and I think that relationship continues to stand to this day. And so I think what we're seeing here is the deference that is being provided by the prime minister to the former president, even as he continues to run for office.
What is it that Kamala Harris has said that's been so upsetting to Donald Trump to the point he says he can't understand why no Jewish person would vote for her?
Well, I think we know that when the vice president actually met with the prime minister earlier this week, she was actually much more harsh with him than President Biden was, saying that she's deeply concerned about the lack of a ceasefire deal and also the way that Palestinian civilians so many lives have been lost as a result of this war. And so while the prime minister has yet to actually comment on the meeting between the two, we know that her discussions with the prime minister were a bit more stern. And I think that's what we're seeing and hearing from the former president in regards to how he thinks Kamala Harris is perhaps perceiving or treating the Jewish people as a result of what took place in this meeting between the two.
Does Donald Trump have a point then? Has she shot herself in the foot?
Oh, absolutely not. I think, in fact, we know if you go back to the primaries, there were growing concerns about the Palestinian and Arab American voters who were voting uncommitted in the primaries as a way to protest what they felt was an imbalance in the administration's response and stance towards the ongoing war in Gaza. And so I think what we're seeing here is the vice president making it clear that she believes and wants to see a two-state solution, while also making clear that Israel has a right to defend itself. We also have to make note that while the administration has only withheld one shipment of weapons to Israel, they have been far more, I think, lenient in terms of their response to Israel and also providing the resources that Israel needs to conduct this ongoing, the conflict, the ongoing war against Hamas.
We thought we had it tough over here, Eric, with the 6-week election campaign. You've still got months and months to go over there. What is happening in terms of the polling this week? I mean, what impact has Kamala Harris taking the mantle had on things?
The polling has actually, it's been only a few days since Kamala Harris has become the presumptive Democratic nominee, but the polling numbers are seeing wild swings right now. In fact, Kamala Harris has actually surpassed where Joe Biden was in the race. In fact, many polls are showing not only that she's leading in national polls, but in those all-important key battleground states. It's about 6 or 7 states that will actually determine the outcome of this race. And many of those polls, she's either caught Donald Trump or she's actually leading him in many of those key battleground states. So what we're seeing now is this race has gotten really, really tight over the next, and will perhaps stay that way over the next 15 weeks or so.
When do you think we might hear about who she chooses to be her running mate?
That's a really good question. We know that there's going to be a virtual roll call vote that's going to take place on August 7th, where they will officially nominate Kamala Harris as the nominee for the Democratic Party. And we're expected to know who that person is who's going to be her running mate, either that day or right before.
OK. Well, we shall wait and see. Eric, good to see you this morning. Thanks very much indeed.
You bet. Thank you.
Yeah, that'll be interesting, won't it? Because I don't know about Trump's running mate. He seems to open his mouth and put his foot right in it, doesn't he?
J.D. Vance.
J.D. Vance.
Yeah, there's some interesting stuff going around on Twitter about him. I mean, it's not all nonsense, but that's what Twitter does, isn't it?
Yeah.
But nevertheless, it makes for entertaining reading if you've got a rainy afternoon and you're bored. Anyway, there you go. And we've got the... That's all I can say. There's sport coming up with Aidan in just a minute.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
When you think of the latest culinary trends, it might not be prawn cocktail, toad in the hole, or a jam roly-poly that springs to mind. But it's not for Gen Z or Gen Z TikTokers who are determined to make a comeback for these British classics. Now, 2/3 of Gen Z now rely on TikTok for cooking ideas. So is it time for the revival of the best of British dishes? Restaurant critic William Sitwell, good to see you this morning. For us, these things never went out of style. They've always been eating the prawn cocktail, the toad in the hole, the cottage pies. It's the best kind of food.
I think the main thing is in terms of trends. We've seen this for not decades, but literally centuries. The trends in food publishing, and it doesn't matter if it's on digital in a book, always goes. The swing is from complicated, modern, faddy to traditional, simple, and so on. So there's been this thing in publishing for literally centuries where you go from, for example, Jamie Oliver's sort of 15 7-minute, is it 3-minute meals, to the next trend, which is that's too simple. We need to take time and we need to get back to traditional food. The other thing is, and I think, if you are a food faddist, if you're obsessed with fermented cabbage and putting kimchi on everything, then you might have missed out on some of these wonderful traditions. Good food exists because it nourishes the soul. Good traditional recipes, British recipes, are not impossible to cook. So even the loonies on TikTok, I'm so glad I'm as ignorant as TikTok as you guys are of kimchi.
Yeah, and William, actually, this kind of food is so satiating, full of nutrients. I was saying to Ellie off air, our grandparents lived on this stuff, meat, potatoes and veg. It was quite simple.
The People's Channel.
Welcome to State of the Nation, daily plunge into the stories shaping our country. I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, and Monday to Thursday we bring you the insights, the facts, the truth about how our country is being governed. Because what happens in Downing Street matters down your street. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tune in to Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan. GB News royalty with your perfect start to the weekend. Lucky us. Feisty and fearless guests.
Well, I'm a normal person, so ask me.
Honest opinions that raises more questions than a Gary Barlow tax return. And a few surprises along the way. Might be cold in this studio. That is Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan. 8 to 9 only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Aidan McGee's here. Good morning.
Oh, good morning.
Well, we're going a bit Olympic mad, but there's not a lot else about at the minute.
No, but I think, look, it's every 4 years, well, every 3 years if you don't, if you factor in COVID. But I mean, we should shine a light on it, shouldn't we? I mean,
I
think so.
If Paris can spend £86 million on an opening ceremony last night and £8.7 billion overall, wow. I think we owe it to everybody, and also to the GB audience as well, because we do take it seriously. I think it was John Major, wasn't it, who decided back in the late 90s that more lottery funding needed to go towards making...
And it worked.
It did. If you think back to the 80s and 90s, I remember interviewing Steve Backley, I think it was. Oh, no, Steve Backley. He was telling me that back when he was competing, they had to be almost like entrepreneurs. Yeah. There was no access to right, who's the best sports scientist out there?
No, and
who's
we
going to look after my
didn't
feet?
get very many medals.
No, we didn't. And I mean, you could say that the competition was slightly higher. I think those. I mean, if you're Linford Christie, for example, he did win Olympic gold in Barcelona in '92, of course, but prior to that, he was up against Ben Johnson, who was doping, and Carl Lewis, of course, who was I think won 9 gold medals overall, and he was on the opening ceremony last night, wasn't he? So. He said that you had to manage everything. You had to make sure you had the right coaches, and you didn't necessarily have the access to all the best coaches in Europe and further beyond. If you look at Mo Salah, for example, he's coached Salazar, can't remember his first name, who's quite controversial in himself. He wasn't an English coach. He wasn't based in the UK. He went and sought him out because of the access or the ability to do that.
Yeah, it was more difficult, I think, to be an Olympic athlete.
Treatment for injuries as well, much more difficult. So they had it harder. But we have to say that John Major's idea of putting the money into I think every draw or something, or a percentage of every draw goes towards the Olympic athletes or something, or it's a Wednesday.
Good.
My cab driver was telling me this morning.
Oh, was he?
Yeah, he was.
I don't really care what goes to the Olympics. I just want to win the blooming thing.
He's from South Africa, so I'm not sure how he knows, but they do quite well.
But I mean,
like
we're right up there usually on the medals board, aren't we?
Yeah. We tailed off last 2, but only by a couple of medals.
So what's our target? We always have a target, don't we?
I think the target would be golds, I think, around about 25. I mean, we get a lot in the pool these days. We get a lot from rowing as well.
Yes,
rowing was always pretty good, actually. I remember Sir Steve Redgrave winning golds back in certainly back in Sydney in 2000, even before that.
Who are the big names to watch out for this Olympics?
Well, this is the thing, because I was thinking, I posed this question to myself. I do talk to myself sometimes. About who the stellar names are, because you're talking about that era back in the 80s and 90s of, we weren't hugely successful, but I can reel off the names even now. Linford Christie, Sally Garnell, Chris Akabusi, who comes in the studio quite often, Steve Ovett, Tom McKean, Seb Coe. All these guys were household names. They'd be opening a supermarket when they're out of competition. Nowadays, I mean, I think Jarnell Hughes is one that we can look out for. And Louis Hinchcliffe is one that we need to look out for as well, because he's being coached by Carl Lewis, none other than Carl Lewis.
Oh, wow.
So I think there are hopes in the short distances, for sure.
Do you know what I saw on LinkedIn the other day? Well, I happened to be on it. It's an event that Fatima Whitbread was at.
Fatima, yeah.
Yes.
Now I remember Fatima Whitbread.
But again,
she still looks amazing, you know.
But you talked about personalities when we were talking about sports somehow last week. I can't remember in what context. It possibly was the Olympics. But that rivalry between Tessa Sanderson and Fatima Whitbread was part of the story. It was as much as it wasn't just about what they achieved on the
Remember when
field.
Tessa got her gold?
Yes.
And they lifted the flag and played the national anthem.
That's right.
She cried.
Yes,
it was
I know.
just
And then
perfect.
Fatima was in, I think was it Seoul in '88?
Yes,
She threw a long distance, I think, with the javelin. But Coe and Ovett was a huge rivalry.
Yes, that's true.
You couldn't get much of a juxtaposition in terms of the personalities. Coe was the clean cut. He went into politics and everything. He was the one you put in front of the camera every 5 minutes. Steve Ovett wasn't into that at all. But Seb Coe wrote in his book that when he used to go home, having done 10 miles in the morning, he'd be having a rest and taking on fluids or whatever, and think, I better go out and do another 5, because what if Ovett's done 15? So they just occupied spaces in each other's mind. Ovett moved to Australia after that. He came back and had the statue that they built of him in Preston Park station in Brighton was actually stolen, and they had to build him another one on the beach. I don't know, never turned up, I don't think.
Oh.
But anyway, back to today.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yeah.
So
well, that's what we're saying. Who are the big names we should watch out for?
Well, I think Louis Hinchcliffe is certainly one. Jarnell Hughes flatters to deceive from time to time, but I think we might see something from him this time. Can I just mention this Canada story?
Oh, yeah.
About the drones.
Yes. Yeah, you'll have to explain it. It's spying on other people.
It's more commonplace in football than you might think, actually. But the Canadian women's coach, they are the Olympic champions, the reigning Olympic champions at the minute. Bev Priestman has been suspended by her organisation because it's been proven that they were flying drones over their opponents, New Zealand, last Monday. So they ended up beating New Zealand by 2-1 a couple of days ago. But on the Monday, they were flying drones over their training pitch to get information about how they're setting up, their formation, who's going to play. There's an understanding in football that if you go into the training ground, I've never done this, of course, but if you go into the training ground a day before a match, that the team will usually train in formation. I had a spy in my tabloid days. I had a spy at both Man United and Man City who'd be able to tell me what the formation was and who was playing. Yeah. So because that.
But isn't that? I mean, I know it's a bit
Sharp practice.
Oh, yeah, but is that not just what you have to do? I mean, you use a drone, why not? Why is it... It's not illegal.
It's not illegal. Well, this is... When Leeds United did it on Derby County 5 years ago, so Frank Lampard was the manager of Derby, Marcelo Bielsa was the manager of Leeds, he was saying, well, this goes on all over the world. But the police were involved because they had to root out the spy from the bushes. This wasn't a drone. Yeah. They sent someone down there. Derby from Leeds is probably only 50-odd miles or something like that. And so they sent them to the training ground and they put them in the bushes strategically to spy. They ended up losing the game, funnily enough. So it backfired a little bit. Yeah. But this is involved in a suspension. There's also a suggestion that players have come out apparently privately and said this was going on 3 years ago in 2021. Yeah. So it kind of puts a question mark alongside the gold medal they won.
It's not very sporting.
No, it's not. It's not. There are no... And I think they're going to have to introduce rules about it. But, I mean, you know, it's just unsolicited spying more than anything, isn't it?
It's crazy.
You don't think...
I'm all for a bit of spying.
I mean, would we spy on a rival?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, I probably would as well.
Don't know whether you'd pick up anything that interesting, really, would you?
Well, it's not much interested in your bin, Sam. But France, I've had a good route through.
Have you?
Canada and... don't look at mine. France and Canada play tomorrow at 8 o'clock, but they do it without their coach.
All right.
Or stand-in.
Lovely. Thank you.
Gosh. We've had lots of reaction from you guys as well about the opening ceremony. Thoroughly enjoyed the opening ceremony, says Tony. Different, but that's French France for you. Not sure about the catwalk bit, but stunning scenery. Better than a boring arena.
Yeah. June says, I love the barges, but the entertainment en route was boring and the dancing went on too long.
Anne says, I must have been the only one who enjoyed the Olympic opening ceremony. It was crazy and clever. Good for France for trying something different.
Silvana says, it reminded me of Eurovision a bit.
Yeah, there was a touch of Eurovision about it, wasn't there?
Yeah, fair enough. Well, there you go. Di. I didn't enjoy it, says Di. But what kept me watching was Celine Dion looking amazing, singing beautifully. She's back. I'm so happy to see her performing again. She's a strong woman. It's a shame you're only the one song. It would have been that, but under the circumstances, it's probably all she could manage.
Finale, wasn't it?
But it was just there's nobody with a voice like hers.
No, she has got an incredible voice. And the fact that she's been so ill and she can still sing so well is astonishing, really.
Beautiful.
Good on her. Strong woman. Talking of strong women, Stephanie Tetchy will be joining us in a couple of moments with Fraser Myers, and we'll be looking through the papers.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
No one wants their child to be a fussy eater. But what is the secret to expanding your child's culinary horizons?
Is there a way to get kids away from the kids' menu, the fish fingers, the chips? Joining us now is the UK's top-selling author of children's cookery books, Annabelle Carmel. Good morning, Annabelle.
Thank you. So lovely to be here.
So, first of all, what's the issue with kids just having the traditional easy meals like fish fingers, chips, beans?
It really depends if they've got preservatives in them, if they're full of salt. So I like to make them myself, and it's really easy. So I make my own chicken glazed nuggets, and super easy to make using proper pieces of chicken. You can cook them in the air fryer now, which is absolutely brilliant, so you need to fry them. And I think that it's really important that children grow up loving good food, because they make their minds up by the age of 5 what they like and what they don't like, and it's quite difficult to change their minds after that. But it's good to know that fussy eating is genetic. It's not to do with your cooking.
Oh,
that's not to say that you can't do something about it. So I've written many, many books, and I have an app with 1,000 recipes on it, and a lot of how to make your own junk food, how to make your own isolis out of fresh fruit.
Yes.
How to make your own pizzas. I make the most amazing homemade pizza. I actually brought you some cookies here.
So these are your books here. So My First Cookbook, that's for how old children?
That's from the age of 1.
OK, and you've got a weaning one at the end, the baby one?
Yes, that's my very first book. I lost my first child. It was really sad. She died at the age of 3 months. And my second child was the world's worst eater. And I wrote that book as my legacy to Natasha, never thinking that it would start a whole career.
Oh, bless you.
It sold millions of copies, and it's so popular.
Is it quite pivotal and important that you introduce kids to the weaning stage, or, how important?
It's very important, because the processed weaning food in pouches or jars, it's heated, so a lot of the vitamins aren't there anymore, so making your own is so easy and much cheaper.
GB News, the People's Channel.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
GB News brings you accurate reporting of the day's topical agenda.
When the news breaks, wherever and whenever it's happening,
we'll be there.
This is GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking,
this is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get the book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning again. Yeah, should we take a look through the newspapers? We're joined by Stephanie Tetchy and Fraser Myers. And we've got to mention the Olympics again, really, because it's on all of the front pages. And unfortunately, it's the word sabotage that sort of leaps out at you, because they tried to sabotage the Olympic opening ceremony, actually didn't succeed. It still went ahead.
Thankfully, the ceremony itself went ahead. I think the rain put a bit of a dampener on things. The director was talking about how, you know, the Seine would have glistened in the golden sun, and that's what they were planning for. So it may have looked a bit more spectacular had they had the weather on side. And actually, people have been sharing images of the sort of weather map, and it's unfortunate. It's just the whole of Europe. It's just Paris getting drenched. Yeah. So the French have been sharing memes blaming Putin for the weather.
Well, we always used to do that. You know, when I was a kid, we always blamed the Russians for the weather. If the weather was bad, you just say it's the Russians.
The Reds.
Yeah, the Reds. But they didn't manage to. I mean, watching Celine Dion singing at the very end, I noticed that there's a pianist next to her and a flat top piano, and it's completely cool.
Yeah.
The piano is absolutely covered in rain.
And there was
so weird.
And there was moments as well when you were watching and the lens were covered with rain as well. And I was like, can't you just get someone to wipe that off or just fix that? It just...
Oh no, but it's terrible if you ever see, because if they're ever on shot and you see a cameraman with their little thing going.
I mean, some of the images were blurry, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Very, very strange.
Highlight.
I think Celine was the highlight for me because, as I said, I've watched her documentary and seen all the health battles she's gone through over the past 4 years, and to manage to get to that stage is just incredible. And her voice is still intact. I can imagine she was, I hate saying this, but I can imagine she was drugged up to the max. As she said in her documentary, she says that many of her performances over the last 20 years, she's had to be drugged up to the max due to this condition which she has, which is called stiff person syndrome. And
which is painful, I presume.
It's painful, and if you do watch the documentary, you see some bits where it appears as if she's about to die, but she's done incredible what she did yesterday.
God love her.
Terrible thing to happen to her, isn't it?
I know, yeah, but she's obviously a hero, and a legend of the Olympics as well. Atlanta also she performed at.
Oh, that's right.
And she's Canadian, of course. She's neither French nor American, but
she's French Canadian.
French Canadian,
well,
yeah.
yes, but
it's not quite the same.
She sang in French.
She sang in French. Lady Gaga sang in French as well. She did a good job.
It's lovely.
Fraser, can we have a look at the Express? Because Britain is being conned, says the Express.
Yeah, because Rachel Reeves is now saying there's a 20 billion black hole in the finances, and she's doing this little act saying, like, oh, my God, the books are so much... I've opened up the books, look how bad it's been. But everyone knows the public finances are entirely public.
No, they're not. There's loads of information they don't get their hands on until they're in office.
There are certain things that where things might be hidden. But actually, if we go back during the election, both the Office of Budget Responsibility and groups like the Institute for Fiscal Studies were saying that whoever comes into power is going to have to raise our taxes or cut spending. And neither of the parties were honest about their plans.
That's true.
And so now you're having this sort of, we didn't realise how bad it is act from Rachel Reeves. And unfortunately, it means there's going to be tax rises, and also they're cutting spending. So various pledges for new hospitals and things like that are going to be scrapped by the new Iron Chancellor, which is...
And she'll blame it on the Tories.
And she'll just blame it on the Tories. I mean,
That's a fair
to some
point.
extent, the state of I think it's reasonable to blame the state of the public finances on the Conservatives who ran the country for 14 years. But to say that this was unforeseen is, I think, very dishonest.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I think people knew this was coming, though. I think, I think the optimism that we had that Labour was going to, stick to what they said in their manifestos kind of died out now. And it's one of those things. People are going to think, actually, can we trust this government now? Are they just going to do a whole bunch of U-turns on things that they promised to get people's vote to get back in power?
And I suppose the real answer to that is possibly, yes.
Yeah.
Possibly we'll see a lot of
these do some efficiency savings, slash some public spending. I'm all for that.
Well,
I'm all for that.
Well, we definitely want, more efficient government, and we've seen one of the big drags on economic growth has been that the public sector is not growing in productivity. I think a lot of that has to do with civil servants and things like that working from home. Not really, pulling their weight, unfortunately.
So we see what they've got to be very careful not to do, and I don't want to see any taxes go up, because who does? But things like business rates and all the rest of it, they can't be attacking SMEs, because that's how they're going to grow the economy.
Well, exactly, and it is true that if the economy grows, then there is less of a need for tax cuts. But, if you put taxes up in the wrong places, then you're going to dampen growth. If you put up regulations in the wrong places, then you're going to dampen growth. So it's a difficult tightrope for the government to walk. Remains to be seen if they can pull it off.
Yeah. Stephanie.
Yes.
This is a bit of a shift.
Yeah.
But Sinead O'Connor, it's a year since she died.
Yeah, years have come by really quickly.
It's gone by very quickly. It's in the Star, this one. There's all this hoo-ha over a waxwork cover.
Well, I think waxworks, they're always open to debate, but her brother's come out attacking a museum in Dublin, saying that the waxworks that they've done of Sinead O'Connor looks like something between a mannequin and something out of Thunderbirds.
Have we got a picture of it, or should we hold it up? It's all over the front page of the Star there.
I don't think it's bad, actually. I think with waxworks, you're never going to get identical to the person who it is, because we're humans, and that is a waxwork, so it's always going to be open to debate and subjective.
Oh, there you go. Well, you see, it's interesting. From the angle on the front of the paper, I don't think it looks too bad. When you see it like that, it does look a bit like a shop mannequin.
So they've taken it down. They've apologised to her family. Yeah, they said they'll go back to the drawing board and produce another one. But I think I've never seen a waxwork where I've been like, oh my gosh, they've got it really spot on.
Well, I don't know. Madame Tussauds are pretty good, aren't they?
Yeah, usually pretty good. I suppose it's unusual to commission one so soon after someone's death, because normally they're living celebrities that you kind of go and see at Madame Tussauds, and historical figures, things like that.
It's a bit sad as well.
Yeah, I think it is. I guess it's quite sensitive when it is someone who has died. For the family, it's quite sensitive, and especially in Ireland as well, where Sinead O'Connor is such an icon there. So I guess it's
beautiful.
Yeah,
absolutely beautiful.
But I think they should have maybe showed the family before they made it public to see if it was okay.
Ears right.
And I think they got the eyes right.
And the eyes, yeah.
And a sad look to her.
Yeah.
Well.
But it is also based on her from 20-odd years ago, isn't it? Rather
and she did look different. So hopefully Take Two will be much better of Sinead.
Yeah.
Yes, they need to go again, don't they? Right, Fraser, in the Telegraph... it's all about wokery, really, isn't it? Free speech on campus is in peril.
So this is a bit of a surprise. So the Free Speech Act, or the Higher Education Free Speech Act, was passed last year, had cross-party support. Basically, the idea is that universities could be fined if they're found to not uphold people's free speech. And if you're a student or a speaker or an academic, you can get some kind of financial redress if your free speech is curtailed. But Labour have said, well, we're going to scrap the bill. We're going to not allow it to come into force. It was going to come into force next week, and we're going to repeal it, which is quite shocking, actually. I think this is...
On what basis?
So Bridget Phillipson's weird argument is that it would basically be too burdensome on universities. And then you think, well, isn't half of the point of a university to have free speech and free inquiry and free debate? Isn't a university pointless without those things? I think it's slightly worrying, because I think it shows maybe the direction of travel of where this government is going. It's not a government that cares particularly about free speech, and there are some other bills in the works, or potential ideas in the works that Labour talked about before the election that could be threatening to free speech. Like, for instance, they've talked about potentially cracking down on Islamophobia. Now, everyone is opposed to anti-Muslim prejudice, but when you put that into law, does that mean it becomes impossible to essentially it becomes a blasphemy law? You can't criticise Islam. they're talking about the sort of conversion therapy bill. People say that will criminalise certain conversations between therapists and young people.
Oh, Lord.
So, lots of dangers to free speech coming down the pipeline, potentially.
Well, OK, we shall see. Stephanie Fraser, thanks very much indeed.
And here's your weather.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. Some sunny spells today, but there will be a number of heavy downpours around, even some more prolonged rain, especially first thing across northern England, parts of southern Scotland, and then this area of heavy rain moving into West Wales. But scattered showers could break out just about anywhere by the afternoon. The most frequent will be in the north and the west. Drier towards the southeast with some sunshine coming through, some places avoiding the showers and staying dry with highs of 24 Celsius. Mid to high teens where we've got those showers moving through along with some gusty winds. A few showers will continue into the evening, but actually quite quickly those showers will fade away and some decent sunshine will return widely by the evening. So a more settled end to the day, the showers becoming fewer and further between. Still a few knocking around at 5 p.m, but I imagine by around 8 p.m. most of these will have disappeared and there'll be some decent sunshine coming through. So blue skies in between those showers during the evening, but those blue skies developing very quickly, more widely as the sun goes down. Then overnight, lengthy clear spells, temperatures falling away, perhaps a few mist patches, some patchy cloud there for the north and west of Scotland and Northern Ireland. And with some mist and fog about first thing, it won't be entirely blue skies, but it will be a fine start to Sunday. And temperatures will be on the fresh side first thing. It will soon warm up, the mist and fog will disperse, and then, for the vast majority, blue skies developing across the UK. Into the afternoon, little change really. There will be some cloud bubbling up, some thicker cloud there in the far northwest, but otherwise it's simply a sunny Sunday with temperatures reaching 26 or 27 Celsius, up to 30 or 31 by Tuesday.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
You really could become the next big Great British Giveaway winner with your chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash to spend on anything you like. Listen to what some of our previous winners have to say about winning big with us.
On the day that I got the money in the bank account, everything just seemed a lot sunnier.
But I do have something to spend it on.
Just go for it. It's an absolute must.
Thank you, GB News.
Amazing feeling to win.
For another chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text cash to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2 or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Britain's Newsroom. Weekday mornings from 9:30.
Well, we've got quite an extraordinary story to talk to you about now because a triple amputee war hero is launching a bid to become the first to sail across the Pacific Ocean non-stop, solo and unsupported.
Craig Wood was blown up as a teenager by the Taliban in Afghanistan, but now he's hoping to change the perception of disabled people and raise money for other limbless veterans like himself. And Craig joins us now. Morning.
So, Craig, you are extraordinary. You are planning to take up to 80 days to sail from La Paz in Mexico to Japan.
Yeah.
How many miles is that?
It'll be over 6,000.
Amazing.
Amazing. And it will take you how long?
The minimum it's going to take me is 60 days. It could be up to 80. Yeah.
And that's on your own. You've done plenty of this before, haven't you? You've done lots of solo sailing.
Yeah, I've done quite a bit of solo sailing, but not as big as this. It is the world's biggest ocean, after all.
And why that particular route?
I wanted it to be a challenge, not just for me, but for anyone.
Right.
So any able-bodied person can look at this and go, wow, that is difficult.
Yeah.
And so that was the main drive. Then it's become a bigger thing than that now. Now I'm raising money for charity, and I can truly inspire people to change their perception on what is possible for disabled people.
And if you don't mind, can we ask you what happened in 2009 in Afghanistan? What were the circumstances of your injury?
I was on a normal routine foot patrol. About 5 metres in front of me, a commando IED was triggered, and subsequently I became a triple amputee. Both legs above the knee, left hand at the wrist, facial injuries, etc., etc.
The People's Channel.
Good morning to you. Well, chaos in Paris.
The Olympic opening ceremony is hit with torrential rain as the far left and/or Russia are accused of coordinated assaults on French infrastructure.
Well, this comes as Celine Dion gave a powerhouse performance at the Games to the backdrop of a Parisian light show.
Trump attacks Kamala. Donald Trump meets with Benjamin Netanyahu at his place, Mar-a-Lago, and during that he condemned Kamala Harris's disrespectful remarks about Gaza.
A radical left person, San Francisco, destroyed San Francisco. She's really a destroyer. She doesn't know how to build.
Strictly Come scandal. The crisis deepens as one of its axed pros is reportedly under medical supervision.
A marathon miracle. An athlete who's 23 weeks pregnant is set to run the UK's toughest ultra marathon. We'll be joined by Chloe McNiven later on in the programme.
Good morning. Freak, unique, or simply magnifique. The French capital hosted a glitzy but rain-drenched Paris 2024 opening ceremony amid major travel disruption. We'll be pouring through it all later this hour.
Plenty of showers to talk about today, but if it's warm sunshine you're after, I've got news of that coming up in today's weather forecast.
Just gone 8 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
This Aidan is just... I mean, you're coming out with them today.
I know.
You are pun-tastic.
Well, I don't know. I mean, a friend of mine saw
here we go.
Lady Gaga asleep in the park the other day.
Here we go.
And his mate said to him, how are we going to wake her up? He said, poker face.
Very clever.
Trying to get it in the morning. You set me up. Sorry.
Don't. I hate myself for laughing at that. It is very good. Terrible. I don't know where you get them from. I can't remember jokes, can you?
No, never can. Isn't it? It's so annoying, isn't it?
If you're saving it up as long as I have, though, it stays in your brain and you have to get it out.
No, you can see it. It's working. You're working.
You two are a repository for that.
Yeah,
Thanks very much indeed. I sort of think you'd be a very good stand-up.
Do you reckon?
I think you'd get booed a lot.
Yeah, I did it once.
Oh.
I did it once at my friend's 30th at Enfield Working Man's Club.
That sounds like a tough gig.
It does sound a tough gig, especially as half the audience were people I worked with and knew me, understood my sense of humour, possibly laughing out of sympathy. Yeah, the other half were his sister's family who just think, well, who's this geezer on stage?
Yeah.
It's good. But I said it's since become an open-air venue ever since I raised the roof off the place.
Oh dear. It goes on and on, doesn't it?
Yeah, it helps.
I will. I'm away, don't I?
Right, yeah. He's going to be back later talking Olympics, but we're going to kick off with Olympics as well because, well, was it good? Was it not good, the opening ceremony last night? Hard to say. It's all,
Opinions are divided.
Yeah, but I tell you who was sensational. That was Celine Dion, who performed right at the very end. But in essence, kicking off the Olympic Games in Paris. But of course, there was torrential rain.
Yep.
I mean, that's not really sensational.
You can hear the rain more than anything, can't you?
Well, you can, but that's part of the ceremony, isn't it?
It looks like a stag do on a Saturday afternoon on the Thames, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's partly daylight. It doesn't work.
No, absolutely. It needed to be at night.
Condensed.
Yeah.
Light shows don't work. This is not enough to see.
It's 3.5 hours, wasn't it?
Yes.
It was a long one.
I know.
But,
I have to check what London 2012 was. It didn't seem like 3.5 hours.
I don't think it was.
I think if there's more in it, there's more going on, it probably feels shorter.
Yeah.
There were embarrassing bits in ours, though, weren't there?
Yes. Yeah, there were.
Blinking NHS things, children leaping on beds and things. That was embarrassing.
Yeah, we did have a bit.
Not necessary. Anyway, athletes from around the world, because that's what it's really about, isn't it? They were there waving their country's flags on this boat, as you saw, that went down the River Seine.
It's like a lot of tourists. Anyway, it was overshadowed because there was a coordinated attack on French infrastructure in the morning. Series of fires which sort of brought a lot of the train system to a grinding halt.
Yes, and who do we blame? Well, nobody really knows. Russia, Iran, hard left saboteurs have all been accused of launching the arson attack.
Well, do you know, watching it on TV is one thing. Being there, you've got to say, is something else. Sophie Reaper is in Paris and experienced all of this last night.
She's still got her brolly up.
Still got her brolly up. Is it still raining there?
It's absolutely dismal here in Paris this morning, I'm afraid. The sky is grey and the rain is coming down just as it was last night for that opening ceremony. But there's no time to waste worrying about the weather, I'm afraid. We are into it fully as of this morning. And you can see behind me the Aquatic Centre here in Paris. And the reason we're here this morning is because this is where Team GB will go for their first medal at 11 o'clock this morning. It's the women's 3-metre synchronised springboard in the diving. We've got Yasmin Harper and Scarlett Muse-Jensen. They're going to go for a medal. Now, there's only 8 in the field. So looking at the statistics, there's every chance. You never know. That field does include the likes of the USA and China, so they have got their work cut out for them. But in a few hours' time, I may well be reporting from here that Team GB are already on the medal tables. Let's keep our fingers crossed. But as if that's not enough excitement here at the Aquatic Centre this morning, we're also going to be seeing the return of Adam Peaty. Now, he is an incredibly well-known name in Team GB, of course. He won our first gold medal at the Tokyo Olympics in 2021, bringing it home for us. He's got world records and British records aplenty. He is truly a talent. Now, of course, he did retire briefly after Tokyo, but he is back in the pool. We spoke to Mark Foster yesterday, former Team GB Olympic swimmer, and he told me that he thinks that Adam Peaty's in with a chance. If he can perform close to his best, then he should come out on top in that field. Now, it's not the final today, it's just the heats, although there are going to be some gold medal matches this evening here at the Aquatic Centre, so all eyes will be here. But elsewhere, we've also got other medal opportunities. We're going to go in the men's skateboarding. That's the first time Team GB have ever had a man in the skateboarding event. We've got Andy McDonald, who turns 51 on Wednesday of next week. That means he's the oldest man in the field, but he has got the record number of X Games medals. That's an extreme games competition done by the likes of skateboarders all over the world. So he's pretty impressive. He's also the first man ever to skateboard through the White House during Bill Clinton's time there. So that's an interesting fact. So people are going to be keeping an eye on him, especially after Sky Brown, our female skateboarder, performed so well in Tokyo, taking the gold medal home there. So that will be one to watch. Also this morning, as if all of this isn't enough, we've got the men going in the gymnastics all-around qualifications. Now, that will be very interesting to watch because not only is that seeing the return of Max Whitlock, who, of course, as we know, is very famous for his performances on the pommel horse, we're also going to be seeing Jake Jarman go in the all-around qualifications. He's going to be hoping to at least take a medal, if not gold, in the vault and the all-around final. So he's going to be one for us to watch. So plenty to be watching today. It's only the first day, but it's already so exciting here in Paris. Let's hope that by the end of today, I can come on and tell you that Team GB are on that medal table.
Yeah, that would be brilliant. I've just been looking at the weather forecast for Paris, and yes, you're definitely going to have rain all day today, but on Sunday and Monday, lots and lots of sunshine. So it'd be nice to see you without your brolly.
Absolutely, Anne. I mean, earlier this week, it was on the forecast, it said that we were going to have blazing sunshine the whole time. So I've brought dresses with me, I've brought sun cream with me, Factor 30, ready to go. And so far, all I've needed is my waterproof and my umbrella. So let's hope that tomorrow certainly is a lot brighter. I mean, for the people competing in the aquatic centre, it's all right because it's indoors. But for those skateboarders later on, it might be a little bit slippery on those ramps for them. So fingers crossed it can at least die down a little bit.
Let's hope so.
Can only get better.
Sophie, thank you very much indeed. I'm just not...
What? You're not what?
Is this going to sound really nasty? I don't know. I mean, and, you know, we've got a chance in the skateboarding with this fella.
Yeah.
But he's 51.
So what?
He's 51. I just sort of think if you're a 51-year-old skateboarder, is it time to grow up?
No, I'd love a go at skateboarding.
It's older than me.
Have you ever had a go at it?
No.
No, it's really hard.
Well, it might be, but I've only skated through the White House. Oh, hold on.
Yes, I know. That's quite something, isn't it? No, I think that's wonderful.
Do you? Well, you're much more charitable than I am.
Oh, no, it's
I just sort of think, go and get a proper job.
No, don't say that.
I know, I know.
No,
right.
he's one to watch. I think that's the main thing.
Send the hate in to gbnews.com/yoursay. I mean, feel free. I'm quite happy to be criticised on that.
Yeah.
I'm just a little bit uncharitable.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the games... You could say it got off to a bad start yesterday, not because of the opening ceremony, but because of the security problems with these coordinated attacks. We were talking about it a bit earlier to security specialist Will Geddes.
Big far-left accusations are probably a little bit more mute than, say, blaming or putting the blame at the door of Russia, which I think is probably more likely to be the candidate behind it. I mean, you have to really break it down. In terms of the actual attacks themselves on these various different transportation hubs, they were pretty low level. They're low-key. They were fires. They were arson. Now, one might say, yes, you know, that's pretty easy to organise and very easy to implement. However, to plan it is an entirely different thing. It's a question of where those fires would be placed, where would they be undertaken, and that takes a considerable amount of planning to think, OK, if we want to disrupt the infrastructure to a country, how are we going to do it? And I've been involved in these kinds of operations before, in the planning of them. And you look at what can you do to disrupt and embarrass a nation? And that's really would be the objective. And the key thing is to look at these things and go, what is the motivation behind it? Why would someone do this?
Well,
what is
you
the
answer
motivation?
it. Yes.
So, well, it would be to embarrass the nation. It would be to show that, obviously...
But why?
Well, to be honest, Russia is in a very precarious position right now with this whole encroachment of NATO, the whole Ukraine situation, the presidential elections right now. You know, there are lots of things that certainly would assist Russia in unstabling or destabling certain countries in terms of their capability, their resilience, their robustness in terms of their security. Now, everybody knows the eyes of the world are focused on France right now. You know, this opening ceremony yesterday, which I think was incredibly brave to do on the Seine, the planning that goes behind that, I certainly wouldn't have wanted that job.
It's impossible to police, I would have thought.
Oh, virtually impossible, absolutely, and even then, with all the resources that you can throw at it, you've still got that margin of potential vulnerability. And they had an option to put it in the Place de Concorde as the alternate. Now, if they had stepped down from the Seine to Place de Concorde, they would have lost some face in the eyes of the world in terms of the security threats, because there were a few individuals that were arrested in advance of the Games who had jihadist plots, obviously, against the Games. So to keep it in the Seine, they had to show resilience. So what is another way to potentially get at them? And that is to disrupt their infrastructure.
They did make arrests yesterday as well following these fires, didn't they?
Yep.
So those people will be able to tell us something about the derivation of their plot.
I was interested. You said maybe. Are you talking things like cutouts?
Well, there's all sorts of things that you can potentially do. I mean, there was one individual that was actually arrested prior or just in the immediate wake of these attacks who was connected to FSB, which is the domestic intelligence agencies for Russia. Now, he seems to have disappeared a little bit. Now, you've got to bear in mind, as a nation, they're going to want to be very careful about what they actually put out in the public domain. So I would say we're probably never going to get the true answer necessarily to who was behind this, and it is convenient, and I'm not a conspiracy theorist by any stretch, but it's convenient to place the door of responsibility as, say, a far-left group.
Interesting, isn't it?
The fact that we may never know.
No, yeah. But also the idea of far left is so vague.
Very vague.
And I know people, and actually, it's a fair point that you shouldn't really say things like far left, because I mean, a lot of people complain when things are slammed as far right because it doesn't really mean anything. And it's the same applies in the other direction.
It's so vague; it doesn't really mean anything, does it? At all? Just disruptors. That's what you call them, isn't it? Disruptors. And it's such a shame because the Olympics is such an idealistic event.
Yeah.
And it should be celebrating the best of humanity. And then the worst of humanity also wants to...
Have a go.
Oh, terrible.
Always the way.
OK, well, that's Paris done and dusted. Let's go over to the States now, because Donald Trump has apparently slammed Kamala Harris over her position on the Israel-Gaza war. This happened during his meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu.
He's a radical left person, San Francisco, destroyed San Francisco. She's really a destroyer. She doesn't know how to build. And I think her remarks were disrespectful. They weren't very nice, pertaining to Israel. I actually don't know how a person who's Jewish can vote for her.
Well, Mr. Trump also said a third world war could erupt if he loses the election in November, speaking at his Mar-a-Lago estate.
Yes, it was actually their first face-to-face meeting in nearly 4 years.
He also said he wanted to mend an important political alliance with the Israeli Prime Minister, perhaps off the back of the fact that he congratulated Joe Biden on his victory in 2020. But what would you expect him to do? It's what you do if you're a world leader.
Well, we spoke to the former advisor to the Clinton and Bush administrations, Steve Gill, and US political analyst Eric Ham.
That when the vice president actually met with the prime minister earlier this week, she was actually much more harsh with him than President Biden was, saying that she's deeply concerned about the lack of a ceasefire deal and also the way that civilians, Palestinian civilians, so many lives have been lost as a result of this war. And so while the prime minister has yet to actually comment on the meeting between the two, we know that her discussions with the prime minister were a bit more stern. And I think that's what we're seeing and hearing from the former president in regards to how he thinks Kamala Harris is perhaps perceiving or treating the Jewish people as a result of what took place in this meeting between the two.
The big problem for Kamala Harris is her words that are being put out. She's now announcing today that she is opposed or supporting fracking, which is the way you generate more oil and gas, as she looks at the poll numbers in Pennsylvania, some other states where oil and gas generation is important. But she's on the record saying the opposite a few years ago. She's now having to backfill the fact that she was put in charge of our illegal immigration issue at the border. They're now trying to deny she was put in charge of that. They're having to backtrack her words before we even get to the war of words between her and Donald Trump. You know, it's interesting, though, that you've got President Zelensky in Ukraine, who's already talking about negotiating a resolution with Russia. By the way, under Ukrainian law that he put in place, it is illegal for him to negotiate any resolution with Russia. But he's recognizing that it looks like Donald Trump may get elected. The anytime teller machine from American taxpayers may come to an end. So he's already moving his stand to try and get something done before Donald Trump perhaps gets back in office. I think we're seeing the same thing in Israel again. Kamala Harris met for a brief 14 seconds, I think, for a photo op with Benjamin Netanyahu, and then basically went out and condemned Israel and their actions. Still hasn't condemned the violent actions of the pro-Palestinian anti-Semitic protesters in Washington who were burning American flags, defacing memorials. So again, I think she's trying to help be on both sides of that issue, in part because there are large Muslim populations in Minnesota and Michigan. She wants to make sure she retains, and even it means putting at risk perhaps the Jewish vote. She's got to have that Muslim vote in Michigan and Minnesota to win.
Interesting, isn't it? I mean, as I've said all along, since she took over the mantle, at least it makes it more interesting.
It certainly does.
And we were just saying, weren't we? Wonder what the debate's going to be like. I think that could be quite feisty.
She could be very good at debating because she is a lawyer. She's legally trained. She may well be very good, which would be very interesting. I wonder what, whether that's what Trump would fear at this point, being shown up by a woman. My goodness.
Yeah. Won't go down very well, would it? But it's interesting because they both have their solid bases.
Yeah.
But it's about those swing states and what have you. It's going to be interesting to see. What is going to be interesting as well, actually, is the weather, because believe it or not, summer's back for a day or two anyway. Here's Aidan.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. Some sunny spells today, but there will be a number of heavy downpours around, even some more prolonged rain, especially first thing across northern England, parts of southern Scotland, and then this area of heavy rain moving into West Wales. But scattered showers could break out just about anywhere by the afternoon. The most frequent will be in the north and the west. Drier towards the southeast with some sunshine coming through, some places avoiding the showers and staying dry with highs of 24 Celsius. Mid to high teens where we've got those showers moving through along with some gusty winds. A few showers will continue into the evening, but actually quite quickly those showers will fade away and some decent sunshine will return widely by the evening. So a more settled end to the day, the showers becoming fewer and further between. Still a few knocking around at 5 p.m, but I imagine by around 8 p.m. most of these will have disappeared and there'll be some decent sunshine coming through. So blue skies in between those showers during the evening, but those blue skies developing very quickly, more widely as the sun goes down. Then overnight, lengthy clear spells, temperatures falling away, perhaps a few mist patches, some patchy cloud there for the north and west of Scotland and Northern Ireland. And with some mist and fog about first thing, it won't be entirely blue skies, but it will be a fine start to Sunday. And temperatures will be on the fresh side first thing. It will soon warm up, the mist and fog will disperse, and then, for the vast majority, blue skies developing across the UK. Into the afternoon, little change really. There will be some cloud bubbling up, some thicker cloud there in the far northwest, but otherwise it's simply a sunny Sunday with temperatures reaching 26 or 27 Celsius, up to 30 or 31 by Tuesday.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Simply a sunny Sunday. About time.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Isn't it just?
Make the most of it.
Yeah, but as summer is here for a day or two, there is still time to enjoy a massive win this summer with your chance to get your hands on £30,000 in tax-free cash.
Yes, you could be the next big winner. Here's how.
Celebrate a spectacular summer with your chance to win an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash in our Great British Giveaway. It's the biggest prize of the year so far, and it's totally tax-free. What would you spend that on? Luxury holidays, a new car, or just put it away for a rainy day? Whatever you do with £30,000 in tax-free cash, make sure you don't miss out on a chance to make it yours. For another chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text cash to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2 or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Now, still to come for you, is there going to be a tax raid on pensioners? We'll talk about that more in just a moment.
Good afternoon, Britain.
Your lunchtime update on the stories that matter across the UK.
From breaking news and insightful analysis, inspiring stories and lively debates. You're comparing yourself to a former Prime Minister.
Which is it? Stay informed, stay updated, stay entertained.
I just don't know how anyone would not want to be there.
Every weekday from midday.
We are Good Afternoon Britain, only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Nana Queer, weekends from 3 p.m.
Now, the last time we spoke, we always talk about the topic of gender and your transition. So talk to me about now, though. What you've done is you've created a comic book about your life and about your transition to tell us things that perhaps the press and media don't talk about?
Yes, so throughout the years, I have always been persuaded to write a book, but I was never ready to disclose so much. And I've been working this beautiful comic book. I brought you a little copy. It's here. You can have a look into it later, where I'm detailing past experiences, growing up in Brazil and then moving to this country, and my struggles, the struggles that I had to go through to become the woman that I'm today. I'm a woman. I'm not a biological woman, but I am a woman. I just cannot have babies because I don't have the female organs. But I'm a woman inside out, therefore I use the female toilet. But what has been going on around, there are a lot of people, they regard themselves as being transgender when they're actually not. They don't have any psychological help, they don't have any medical help. They just wear female clothes and makeup and they call themselves female. And they're the ones using female spaces and take advantage of that. And that is what should stop and be controlled.
But that's the problem, isn't it? So what do you do to stop that? I mean, the suggestion was a third extra space. How would you feel about a third extra space where, you know, this is where if somebody is trans or any of those other things can use rather than using the female toilet?
I don't think that would work, actually, because these people that regard those people that regard themselves as being females in their minds, they still would use the female toilet.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the argument. We get rid of the disrespect. And then you throw me into the mix. And trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together and what have we got, in my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Cough again. Cough's come back.
Oh, has it? It's all doing the rounds at the minute,
It is, isn't it? Yes, we were noting that earlier, that COVID is doing the rounds again. It's
terrible, isn't it?
Hear
Lots of
quite a
people
lot
with
of people with COVID at the moment.
Anyway, so look after yourselves. Now, about 140,000 pensioners are going to be hit, apparently, with a tax bill over the next 6 weeks as HMRC, Gold Loveham, commences a raid on retirement incomes.
Yes, it will actually be the first time many of these pensioners have received a tax demand since they gave up work.
Let's talk to business and finance broadcaster Michael Wilson. Morning, Michael. So what's going on?
Good morning. Unfortunately, it's the terrible technical term fiscal drag. Lots of people who, these 140,000 are going to get their tax demand for the first time for a long, first time actually ever. The problem is that the triple lock, which is one of the ways of, which is the way really of calculating the level of pensions, has increased, and so they're caught now. 140,000 of new taxpayers have actually started and will have to pay this amount of money. It's really sad for them. A lot of people are complaining, why does the government tax us on such a moderate income? This of course is the problem. The fact of the matter is, I talked about the triple lock. Now, what this means is that the rate of a pension, the rate of the state pension, goes up by whichever is the greater inflation, average wages, or 2.5%. Unfortunately, now 140,000 pensioners are caught in this initial tax band. So unfortunately, they will have to pay. There's only slightly good news is that they don't have to pay until January 2025, and they can pay in instalments up until then, but they are going to get caught. The sad fact of the matter is there are too many old people in the UK, and that's going to increase. And what we really need is to get more people into work to start paying more taxes to support them.
So we're talking about people who are, retired, and they're not being taxed on their pension, are they? They're being taxed on anything they are making, if they've got small jobs or semi-retired.
They're being taxed on their income, which includes the state pension and also money that they get through doing part-time jobs, whatever it may be, and also their own private pensions. So what the point is that tax band, because of the gradual rise in income, including the state pension, is catching 140,000 more people, and they will for the first time get this tax demand. And I just would say that a lot of them are saying, well, people are saying to me, and I've seen it on various comments as well, why are we being taxed on this modest income? It is fairly modest, but unfortunately, that's the way things work, because the tax bands, the tax thresholds, the level at which you're taxed was frozen a couple of years ago by Jeremy Hunt, and that's not going to change until 2028 at the earliest. Labour have remained committed to this triple lock. So unfortunately, like most things in life, if it looks too good to be true, it probably is. And unfortunately, 140,000 new taxpayers have been created, and they are pensioners.
Though, I mean, to put it into context so people aren't panicking, because obviously if you were going above that threshold anyway with your private pension and your state pension, you would have been paying tax on at least some of the private pension part. But even with if you're just on the state pension and you are now encroaching into the first tax barrier, as it's only going to be a small amount of that money which is taxable, isn't it? So, I mean, it's going to be a modest demand, if nothing else.
It's still a demand, though, isn't it? And a lot of people will be panicking, and a lot of people will be saying, look, we're hard up enough as it is. And to have this taxation based on what is still I mean, what is the state pension? It depends how old you are, but it's between about 11,000 and 13,000 a year. It's not a huge amount of money. And a lot of people will be saying also, I've been paying tax for all of my working life, and this is the kind of reward that I get. I'm taxed on the state pension. That is the problem. That's what these people will be saying. That's what pensioners will be saying. It is unfortunate, but unfortunately, it's the way of the world. There are too many old people around and not enough of a working population to pay for tax. And that tax, of course, the tax take has got to increase, because Labour has its plans for public sector spending.
Oh dear, it's like the government gives with one hand and takes away with the other. Michael?
Twas ever thus, unfortunately.
Twas ever thus. Michael, thanks very much indeed.
I don't understand why they don't scrap it. This is what I don't get, which is what the Conservatives said they were going to do. It's a triple lock plus. So you'd still fall within the tax bracket, but you wouldn't be charged the tax. Because if it's 140,000 people, and because you were only paying tax on about maybe £1,000 of it or something on your state pension, then it's not going to be... I mean, how many millions of pounds...
You're not going to make that much money from it.
A couple of million quid that the government would make.
Is it just the beginning?
Which is peanuts to them.
And there'll be more.
Just don't charge it.
Yeah.
Would be my argument. 2 million quid.
It probably costs more in paperwork, wouldn't it, than it would actually raise in revenue?
Probably does.
So there you go.
Yeah, and I'm sure you've got a view on that. Let us know, gbnews.com/yoursay. It just seems unfair. Private pensions...
Just when you thought you were sort of safely retired.
Yeah, but on your state pension doesn't seem right. Anyway.
OK, do stick with us. We're going to be talking more about the Olympic opening ceremony and, actually, the sports that are going to take place with Aidan. That's coming up.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent?
I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Tune in to Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan. GB News royalty with your perfect start to the weekend. Lucky us! Feisty and fearless guests.
Well, I'm a normal person, so ask me.
Honest opinions that raises more questions than a Gary Barlow tax return. And a few surprises along the way. Might be cold in this studio. That is Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan. 8 to 9 only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain's newsroom. Weekday mornings from 9:30.
Your mother's story is, if you don't mind me saying, quite tragic. It touched me when I was reading it this morning, Myra, because she has now passed away and she hasn't been here to see kind of justice served, has she?
That's correct. She she died not knowing that she was correct, that Horizon was a flawed system.
And Myra, when you saw, I don't know whether you saw much of Sir Ed Davey during the election campaign, going down water slides, bungee jumping and bouncing around on sort of inflatables. Knowing that he played such a significant role in that difficult period of time with your mum, how did you react to those images?
I'm of the opinion that basically they're all as culpable as each other over all of the years. So I think basically every party had its failings. We knew Horizon was wrong, but nobody would believe us. Even the Postmaster Federation didn't help. They ended up speaking to my mother like she was a thief.
Are you still angry? And what do you want to see from Sir Ed Davey today?
Angry, yes, very angry. I've been furious throughout. Sir Ed Davey today, I know he will apologise. He's already done it. If he means what he says, he'll carry on campaigning to try and get proper redress from the compensation schemes from the thousands of us who still don't have our money. He was made an offer. The £70,000 that went missing, that they stole from us, they offered me 50 because that's all they could find in their records.
The People's Channel.
Aidan McGee's here. What do you want to talk about, Aidan?
I don't know. Is there anything going on?
Not much.
I'll tell you what. Some of the we've done quite a lot on the opening ceremony. So I just want to focus back on some of the statistics again. 184 countries. You guessed it. We did this in a couple of hours ago, didn't we? But 10,500 athletes.
Yeah.
A lot of athletes, isn't it?
It is a lot of athletes.
And you were asking me why rugby, why
is football in the Olympics?
Well, a lot of people ask that question. Football's the main one. I guess that it's the most popular sport in the world, so the Olympic movement would want to include football in it. It's not a new thing. It's been going since the 90s. But those kind of sports, particularly rugby and football, they have a kind of a watered-down version of Olympic participation. So in the football, for example, it's only under 23 players. You can name some overage players, but for example, France, it's their own Olympics, and yet Kylian Mbappe isn't there. He's just played the Euros. And yet he'll be joining Real Madrid soon, so they've got to start the season in a few weeks' time.
So he's not... that seems incredible.
Not involved. And so lots of French players. You can only name a certain number of overage players. So rugby is similar. So they do show up, they do compete, but it's only sevens. So it's not the full...
In a way, that's better because it's different.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you what it does, the Olympics, in football especially. You do see some players who made their names at the Olympics, and it's a good staging post for what they're going to achieve later in life.
Yeah, but that's slightly weird because it's meant to be Olympics.
Elite sport.
It's meant to be the pinnacle.
Precisely. But I think they made a decision, the Olympic movement as a whole, or the IOC, they made the decision that they needed those sports in because at least you can guarantee some kind of sanctity in terms of what happens on the field of play. Whereas we all know it's not spoken about now, but it will be spoken about in future. There will be athletes at this Olympic Games who will return negative test results, positive tests for nandrolone or clenbuterol or ESG.
It still goes on.
Yes, it does. Yeah, it does. And so ESG, no, that's something different, isn't it? What is it?
MSG.
EFO.
What?
No. Yeah. So look, it's lots of different permutations can manifest itself in terms of how sports appear at the Olympics. But I think the decision is that you have to have them there. The reason we don't know how many as many household names at the Olympics now, especially Team GB, is because the broadcasters pulled out because of the drug situation. There's no question about that. Yeah, without that, we used to see athletics on a Friday night when we were kids. Yeah. All those athletes who didn't win as many medals as they do today were household names. But when the broadcasters can't guarantee that what they're seeing on the track, I think the Seoul Olympics, the 100-metre men's final, so you got Ben Johnson, Carl Lewis, I think most of those competitors in that final were done for drugs either before or after that event. I can't say all of them, but most of them were. And so that, and you consider the number of people who watch that.
Yes, I remember people complaining, saying, you're not watching a real event.
Well, yeah, you're
It's
not. I mean,
real.
there's even been... I mean, we had someone on GB News a couple of years ago who was saying, well, why don't we just have an Olympics where everyone can take whatever they want?
Oh, yeah, the sort of doping games.
Yeah, I know, because, I mean, some people...
At least it'd be a sort of level playing field.
Well, kind of. I mean, the only problem
No, I
is...
don't know. You get people dropping dead on the...
You do. You do. I covered... You know, after 2012, my previous employer, you know, I had to cover sport as normal for the next 8 years after the Games. I mean, the amount of time, Stephen, that I reported on weightlifters who were stripped of their medals posthumously. God. So they weren't even alive. They were 35. I was going on air once. There's no word of a lie. I was going on air once. I was about to tell you about this Ukrainian who'd been stripped of his medal, and my producer came up to me literally 5 seconds before air and said, just to let you know, he's dead. I mean...
And that's presumably because of abuse of drugs?
Yeah, usually heart complications. Yeah. You don't know what... I mean, I don't think the athletes a lot of the time know what they're having put into them. I've heard footballers who played for some football clubs who were well known for doping, they said they were giving little sugar injections in their knee before the games. They didn't know what was going in there. Just to give them a bit more energy, a little bit of a boost. You don't know what's going in there. If a doctor says, look, let's have an injection, who are you to question that? But anyway, let's focus on the positive. 45,000 volunteers. I read a stat. There were 3, I don't know if it's positive or not actually, but 3 police officers for every street in Paris last night.
Gosh.
But 326,000 people lined the route. So all the disruption, the chaos that we saw yesterday morning, it didn't stop. And the rain, don't forget, didn't stop the Parisian public and anyone further afield who got there turning out on the streets. And I think that's to their eternal credit.
Yes, it's brilliant.
Can we talk... I would like a bit of scandal. So So can we talk about with the football teams actually in this and all this spying business?
Yeah, so the lady in question is called Bev Priestman, highly successful Canadian women's coach. They are the Olympic champions, the Canadian women's football team. They won gold 3 years ago in Tokyo. Now, they played New Zealand a couple of days ago, but on Monday, prior to that, they were found guilty, or they were alleged and they've since admitted, flying a drone over the New Zealand training facility to be able to understand how they line up.
I don't blame them. I don't blame them. Why not?
Thing is, you can do. It's all in one city, so you know where everyone's training. They're training 2 streets away.
I mean,
or
you
the
could
same
just have a
facility.
pair of binoculars from a high hotel window.
When Leeds United did it on Derby, they had to travel down the motorway to do it, and had to send someone to sit in the bushes for a while. But yeah, look, it must go on. The Leeds coach at the time said, "Well, I don't see the problem. It happens all over the world." And there have been suggestions that there have been players coming out in private, apparently, to the Canadian Olympic Committee, organising committee, and saying, "Look, this has been going on for a while. It was going on at the last games, and so." What are the gold medals really worth? I don't know. I think. Look, I've heard stories in football, for example, of spies hiding in the ceiling, while the opposition dressing room is having their chat. There's been some famous Barneys down the years. Yeah, they really have. Neil Warnock was involved in one. He sent his assistant manager to the edge of the door, and but the team inside there, which was Burnley, a really aggressive guy called Stan Ternant. He knew what was going on, and so they opened him and floored him.
Oh,
hilarious! You like a bit of scandal?
I do like a bit of scandal.
But no, they're playing France tomorrow, Canada, against at 8 o'clock, and there's a real cloud over there. Not their participation, but because they did win the game against New Zealand, but it's been frowned upon. It's fair to say. It's not part of the Olympic ideal, is it?
No, to send the drone a bit higher so nobody notices it. I mean, come on, we put a decent
technology needs to improve.
Well, there you go. Aidan, we'll see you a little bit later on. Thank you.
And we'll be looking through the newspapers in just a couple of moments.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
Now, time for the best part of the show, Our Greatest Britain, where we share amazing people who do amazing things. And this week, that is Dr. Leo Cheng and Reverend Hilary Cheng.
Well, Dr. Chen regularly serves as a volunteer surgeon aboard the Mercy ships in West Africa and has recently served his 17th mission aboard the ships. He volunteers with his wife, Reverend Hilary Cheng, a Methodist minister in the UK.
Thank you for joining us, and what a privilege. So just briefly explain, what are Mercy ships?
Well, Mercy ship provide world-class surgery on the ship, and the ship then sail to these poorest of the poor country because there's no infrastructure to get road or rail there. And we offer free surgery and also education, training of medical staff. And part with the local or the host nation to build up their surgical and anaesthetic services.
So how long have you been travelling West Africa? You go on all these different ships, different ports, and you treat the needy and the vulnerable. How long have you both been doing this?
20 years.
20 years?
Just over 20 years.
And you take the time to do this out of your own holiday from work. Why do you do it?
Well, because I'm indebted to the education in this country with all the qualification I get. And NHS is great. I love the NHS because without NHS, we see cases that we see in the low-income country. And I want to make use of my hand to help those people who have no way of helping themselves. Because the tumours, the deformities, not just a physical ailment, but it's being ostracised and die early, commit suicide because they've been ostracised by their family.
When you're on the ship, you are seeing the very worst that the country can offer. I find it a great privilege to work alongside these people.
GB News, the People's Channel.
I'm Patrick Christys. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threat and so on.
As time passes, she could have said storm.
You made my argument for me.
My guests and I tackle the issues that really matter with a sharp take on every story.
It went everywhere.
Something practical could be done.
I can become something different.
Patrick Christys tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Mark Dolan tonight is your weekend dose of news, debate and entertainment.
This sounds like a wild conspiracy theory.
Don't miss My Big Opinion. Mark Meets and My Take at 10.
Democracy is a funny old thing.
And we don't do boring, not on my watch. I just won't have it.
Go and get another glass of that bubbly. You've earned it.
That's Mark Dolan tonight, Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 11, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Me.
Oh, sorry.
We've been comparing phones.
We have.
Silly things to do.
We have. Stephanie's got one of these, which is very nice, comparing pictures. You've got that. I've got one of these, which is. Yeah. You've got a Bible.
I've got it. People think I carry a Bible around with me.
Does it like a Bible?
It's just a little book.
What's yours? Is yours an iPhone?
It's an iPhone with the kiss. Gustav Klimt.
Oh, very nice.
Very nice.
Very arty.
I'm a big fan of the foldable.
Oh.
I like the foldables.
You like any gadget.
Gadget. I know, love it.
Should have been on the gadget show.
Oh, I would love that. I would love that. We should do a gadget slot on here just so I can get my hands on it.
Walk home with all the props.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would.
As you've gathered, Stephanie Tetchy is here, and Deputy Editor of Spiked, Fraser Myers, to help us look through the papers. Right, what should we start with?
Well, I'll tell you what, because actually I've seen a few messages come through and I didn't quite know what it was because I didn't watch all of the ceremony last night. But there's confusion over this drag queen Last Supper thing.
You know, last night one thing that was evident about the opening ceremony was they were trying to push diversity, show how inclusive France is. But I do think they pushed a boat in one of the scenes where they tried to emulate the Last Supper, but they used drag queens and transgender women. And I just think...
That sounds a bit...
Yeah, I love drag, but I think some things need to be sacred. And I think when you're bordering onto the line of mocking Christians... and
you think it was mockery?
I think, obviously, art is always subjective, but you are going to offend people if they are of a religious faith. You know, the Last Supper is something which is quite sacred in the Christian denomination, so to have that kind of appearing to be up for a mockery in that sense, I don't think that was good.
Because we've had some comments on it. I wondered what this was about.
Yes.
Darren said the ceremony was an abomination, mocking Jesus. They really don't know how to read a room. It was disgusting.
Because, to be honest, I don't think they would have done that about Islam, because they know that people would have gone to the streets and it would have been a wrap for the Olympics. But they feel like for Christianity, because we're quite subdued, let's make a mockery of it. And I just think some things are sacred, and maybe that could have just been left out of the show.
So I think what the intention was a lot of the theme of the show was actually recreating sort of paintings, and the Last Supper is in the Louvre. It's one of the great, you know. So I think that's what they were trying to do. I don't think they were trying to cause offence. I think there was a whole drag section in the show. It was slightly baffling because the point of it was, you know, when they announced it was to celebrate France's place in the European Union, and I just didn't understand what the relevance was to it. But anyway,
felt like Eurotrash.
Yeah, and there was also a slightly weird. At one point in the drag bit, there was like this blue sort of Smurf-like character that was meant to represent the Greek god Dionysus, and I think it just left a lot of people scratching their heads. It was one of the weirder moments of
Apparently, Stephanie, though, the British contingent feel that the food isn't good enough. Now, that's a bit of a shocker, isn't it,
well, you would think that the French, one good thing they're good at is food, and you think that definitely for the athletes they'll be provided with the top notch, but they're not. The Brits are having to sneak out of the Olympic Village because they're saying they're being fed raw meat. They said there's a shortage of things such as eggs and chicken, so they're having to head back to the Brits Village to get some proper food, which is quite shocking, actually, because especially for athletes, you want to know that they're well fed if you want a good performance for the Olympics.
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously the shortages is a problem, but also raw meat is a, you know,
steak
popular
tartare.
Steak tartare is delicious. I would strongly recommend it if you get a chance to try it.
Feed it to the dog.
You know, the French are much more open about what meats they eat than we are. Raw meat, horse meat is very popular in France. You know, frogs' legs. Snails.
I would be sneaking out for Le Fish and Chips.
Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
Yeah, well, I don't blame them for heading out.
Heading out.
It'd be interesting to see if all the athletes are fit, because a part of the complaint is they don't feel like they're getting enough food.
No.
It'd be hilarious if the French athletes were having, you know, tables and tables of whatever they want.
They perform better.
Yes, we shall see. Right, Fraser, let's head back over this side of the channel. Should read The Guardian, looking at the Conservative leadership race. Heck, we've got a long time to deal with that.
A long time to go, and that's why they're upping the amount that candidates are allowed to spend, up to £400,000 each. It's interesting, one of the conditions of actually getting into the race is that you have to raise a certain amount of money because the Conservative Party's broke. People aren't giving it money because it's out of power. So, you know, it's not of any interest to the kind of people who donate to politics. It's also because the race is going to be slightly longer, which I think makes sense because, you know, the Conservative Party has a lot of reckoning to do. It did just, lest we forget, suffer its worst defeat in the history of essentially universal suffrage, as long as it's been around. The other thing, I mean, one of the weird things about this race, though, is that it ends really close to the US election.
Yeah.
So you'd think that the one time when the new Tory leader could have some attention on him could actually...
Do they want
or
it,
him or her,
though?
I should say.
Do they want it?
I think
it's
so.
going to fly under the radar, and maybe that's a good thing.
I think when you're a leader of the opposition, no one pays any attention to you, and actually your leadership election is the one chance you get to make a splash, and it's probably not going to make a splash because it will be overshadowed by the US. So I think they've made a big mistake in terms of the exact timetabling here. But, you know, it's all to play for. Does anyone care?
I don't know.
Probably not. They're probably not going to be listened to until the next election.
Like they've all been coming out and saying, Tom Tugendhat, for one, saying, well, I'd take us out the ECHR. But when?
Yeah.
I mean,
it's not going to be you.
No. I mean, we've been having about for 5 years, so that you might change your mind on that by then.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, they've got a lot of rebranding to do as a party, and it's like they're having to go back to basics now, and I think it's going to take a really long time to form this new Conservative government or this new opposition, so they definitely need this time, and so maybe November is a realistic timescale for them. But it will be interesting to see who the new leader will be.
Yeah.
We're underwhelmed.
We are underwhelmed. I know you wanted to do this one, Anne, didn't you, in the
Yes,
Express?
talking dogs. Talking dogs, Fraser. Apparently, the AI is now is beginning to interpret our dogs' mews and barks and things, and will, in the end, be able to tell us what they're saying.
We should just say that the technology is very early stages, so it's interpreting dogs' emotions. I mean, it's saying that it will be able to say what dogs are saying. How do we know that's true? I mean, if you translate for a French person, you can have a French person tell you if it's right. If you translate for a dog, how can a dog...
They won't have a big vocabulary, will they?
I wouldn't have thought so.
I'm hungry, I want a wee, I want a walk.
I don't think they have very complex thoughts.
No.
I don't know.
But don't you agree that pet owners can kind of sort of communicate with their dogs already? You can see what your dog's trying to express and they can understand what you're trying to say as well. Like...
Yeah.
It's both ways.
Yeah. it can't go too horribly wrong. But yeah, it's a very early stages.
I think it's
technology at the moment.
fascinating because I mean, so at 2:15 in the morning when my alarm goes, and my little dog comes out from underneath the bed, and she barks with such excitement. Oh, it's the start of a new day! How wonderful is it? And she's racing me down the stairs and everything. She's definitely excited, thrilled that the day has started. So there's something there.
Yeah.
And occasionally, if I nod off on the sofa in front of the telly or something, she goes. And she's basically saying, "Oi, I want attention."
And then also, if there's danger, dogs can communicate that as well. I find dogs are very intuitive.
So I think they probably do have a lot to say.
But perhaps we don't need it. Perhaps we can
that's
intuit what
true.
they're saying.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
If you know your dog.
Well, at least your dog got up with excitement today. My dog did not remove itself from the bed.
It didn't even
Didn't lift his head.
Doesn't even say bye, Steve.
No, nothing. Nothing.
This is my spot.
Yeah, there you go. Didn't move, didn't open an eye, nothing at all. Right, thank you both. We'll see you a little bit later on.
See you later.
Time for the weather.
Looks like things are heating up. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. Some sunny spells today, but there will be a number of heavy downpours around, even some more prolonged rain, especially first thing across northern England, parts of southern Scotland, and then this area of heavy rain moving into West Wales. But scattered showers could break out just about anywhere by the afternoon. The most frequent will be in the north and the west. Drier towards the southeast with some sunshine coming through, some places avoiding the showers and staying dry with highs of 24 Celsius. Mid to high teens where we've got those showers moving through along with some gusty winds. A few showers will continue into the evening, but actually quite quickly those showers will fade away and some decent sunshine will return widely by the evening. So a more settled end to the day, the showers becoming fewer and further between. Still a few knocking around at 5 p.m, but I imagine by around 8 p.m. most of these will have disappeared and there'll be some decent sunshine coming through. So blue skies in between those showers during the evening, but those blue skies developing very quickly, more widely as the sun goes down. Then overnight, lengthy clear spells, temperatures falling away, perhaps a few mist patches, some patchy cloud there for the north and west of Scotland and Northern Ireland. And with some mist and fog about first thing, it won't be entirely blue skies, but it will be a fine start to Sunday. And temperatures will be on the fresh side first thing. It will soon warm up, the mist and fog will disperse, and then, for the vast majority, blue skies developing across the UK. Into the afternoon, little change really. There will be some cloud bubbling up, some thicker cloud there in the far northwest, but otherwise it's simply a sunny Sunday with temperatures reaching 26 or 27 Celsius, up to 30 or 31 by Tuesday.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Celebrate a spectacular summer with your chance to win an incredible £30,000 in tax-free cash in our Great British Giveaway. It's the biggest prize of the year so far, and it's totally tax-free. What would you spend that on? Luxury holidays, a new car, or just put it away for a rainy day? Whatever you do with £30,000 in tax-free cash, make sure you don't miss out on a chance to make it yours. For another chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text cash to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2. Or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
And this week, it's disabled adventurer Nick Wilson and rocket engineering director Elliot Dayson-Barber from the Institution of Engineering and Technology.
Yes, earlier this month, Nick Wilson summited Mount Snowdon unaided. The first time this has been attempted with the help of an engineered electric mobility chair called The Rock Climber.
Tell us what you did, when you did it, and why it's so amazing, because it's the first time this has been done, isn't it?
You feel lazy, you should try being me, going up a mountain and I was just pressing the accelerator. these poor buggers had to go and come up behind me. It still hasn't sunk in properly, you know, and to be the first disabled person to do it during Disability Pride Month is... I couldn't have asked for anything else. But it's all possible because of Rock Engineering. You know, they've been working on this for the past 2 years to create this machine. I wouldn't be here because I was struggling a lot with loneliness and isolation. I was very suicidal, and they literally saved my life with this project.
The whole thing came around by accident. You know, meeting Nick, and he kind of highlighted some issues to us in terms of his accessibility, and he you know, he lives in Towcester, near where we're based, and he came down the high street and sort of said, I can't even get into the shops in the high street.
So, Nick, you just mentioned that the kind of place you were in before doing this, you were lonely, suicidal. Yeah. What was it like when you finally managed to scale Snowdon? Because I've done it on foot, and just being for anyone, being in nature and fresh air.
The one word that I think I've used throughout this is freeing. It is when you're so reliant on drop curves. It's freeing that you're not reliant on a hard-standing path or drop curves, wherever. You can, in rock climb, you can literally go anywhere you want. Yeah. And freeing is the big word, and it's amazing.
The People's Channel.
Good morning to you. Chaos in Paris.
The Olympic opening ceremony is hit with torrential rain as the far left and or Russia are accused of coordinated assaults on French infrastructure.
Well, this comes as the sensational Celine Dion gave a powerhouse performance on the Eiffel Tower.
Trump attacks Kamala. Donald Trump meets with Benjamin Netanyahu at Mar-a-Lago, where he condemned Kamala Harris's disrespectful remarks over Gaza.
A radical left person, San Francisco, destroyed San Francisco. She's really a destroyer. She doesn't know how to build.
Strictly Come scandal. The crisis deepens as one of its axed pros is reportedly under medical supervision.
And a marathon miracle. An athlete who's 23 weeks pregnant is going to run the UK's toughest ultra-marathon. We'll be joined by Chloe McNiven later on in the programme.
Freak, unique or simply magnifique, the French capital hosted a glitzy but rain-affected Paris 2024 opening ceremony amid major travel disruption. But is the Olympics still the event it once was? We'll be joined by author Mark Ryan later this hour.
Plenty of showers to talk about today, but if it's warm sunshine you're after, I've got news of that coming up in today's weather forecast.
Just got 9 o'clock. I'm Stephen Dixon.
And I'm Anne Diamond, and this is GB News Breakfast.
In terms of the Olympics... Gordon's been in touch. Hi, Gordon. It says many praising Lady Gaga and Celine Dion, but no one has mentioned the brilliant performance of Juliette Armanet singing John Lennon's Imagine. I thought that was the best part of the ceremony. I don't know who she is.
No, nor do I, sadly.
Is she a French star?
It sounded like it, yeah, but I'm not sure. I mean, she was on like a plastic island in the middle of the river. It looked fantastic, very atmospheric, flames going everywhere. It looked really good. In fact,
I
at
wonder
first,
why they chose John Lennon's Imagine.
I think it was to promote
life in peace.
Yeah. It was a peace theme. In fact, on one of the bridges they had the wings of the dove as well, which was interesting. But no, I'd have to say I'd not come across it before, but it was so atmospheric the way she was in the middle of the. They used the water quite. Once the light fell, everything looked better, and the water effects they used were very, very good.
You couldn't see how dirty the water was.
Yeah,
but there were lots of reports about that.
I know.
They hoped nobody would fall in because it's pretty disgusting, the Seine.
Yes, Juliette Armanet. Apparently, she's French. Just because we hadn't heard of her, Gordon, and I didn't see that particular bit, but we were in bed.
Absolutely. But I am going to watch the highlights this afternoon.
Yeah, do watch the highlights. I think
I
it'll be better.
shall watch out for Juliette Armanet.
Yeah. I mean, good on her.
Yeah.
So that. I mean, I wondered if we have to resort to Jo le Taxi.
By Vanessa Paradis, 1988.
Ah.
You can check that if you want.
Is that what it was? 1988?
Yeah, I broke up from school third year of primary school, 1988, July 22nd. I believe it was a Tuesday.
In primary
school. It was. Vanessa Paradis. Yeah, that was. I mean, she was a massive.
It was a huge song.
It was. Yeah, she became a parody of herself later on, though, didn't she?
Sing it for me.
Jo le Taxi, Society, the rock mambo, potage.
It's not French, I reckon.
Doesn't ring even one bell, I'm afraid.
Oh, big star, big star.
Yeah.
It's huge at the time.
Yeah, it was. She had another song in about 92, I think, but I can't remember what that was cool. And she was dating somebody very famous, or maybe married.
Oh, she was. She did marry. Was it Lenny Kravitz or somebody like that?
Someone like that, yeah.
All right, you've done it now.
All right,
And you were just graduating from primary school?
No, I was actually less than that. I was in what would now be year 5, so third year of primary school. Yeah, that was 88.
Wee lad.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
So I was on telly and I just had baby number 2.
Yes.
Johnny Depp. She went out with.
Did she indeed?
Yeah.
Johnny, 1998 to 2012.
Right. Yeah.
And they've got 2 children.
But she was on Top of the Pops. She was on Top of the Pops.
Oh, that's it then.
No, she was on Top of the Pops, and it was just a video that we'd not really seen before. It was just her singing in front of a camera and not much going on in the background. She came with no kind of paraphernalia or anything like that, but it was the voice and it was the song, just a different song as well. Jo le Taxi with a yellow cab in the background as well. That was it. Yeah. So yeah, she did turn up with that at least.
Yeah.
Well, you learned something new.
There you go. Not quite Celine Dion though.
No, she was sensational last night, wasn't she?
Especially everything that she's been through. She was absolutely phenomenal. Has to be said, a bit more phenomenal than all the athletes who, as actually part of the opening ceremony, went up the Seine on boats. Have a look at this.
I mean, they're just a load of people on a boat, aren't they, really?
It's not very exciting.
It's a stag do.
It is a bit like a stag do.
Yeah, that's what it looks like, yes. And sadly, I mean, you can hear the rain more than anything, can't you?
Yeah, you can.
So it's not a ceremony, that is, it's just a...
But as Aidan said there, it must have looked much, much better as it got darker and then...
That's the problem, and that's why I think there was an argument for making it an hour later. But you have to consider 1 billion people watching worldwide. It has to fit in with their schedules, broadcast schedules as well. It's not just us we have to think about.
Yeah, well, of course, let's find out what it was like on the ground, as it were. Sophie Reaper is in Paris for us, is she?
No, I don't think we can find Sophie at the moment.
Oh, is she there?
She's there underneath the brolly still.
Oh, there you go, Sophie.
Hello, Sophie.
There you go. What was it like last night?
Well, it was about as rainy as this, unfortunately. It was pretty amazing to be there in the atmosphere, but it was very, very wet, just as it is here in Paris this morning outside the Aquatic Centre. No respite, unfortunately. And as a result, you remember in the last hour I mentioned that the skateboarding final for the men's taking place this evening, Andy McDonald going in it. Well, there we go. We've got some fans here ready for the diving. There we are. Andy McDonald due to go in the skateboarding this evening. Well, that has now been postponed because of the weather. I did say it would be quite slippy for those skateboarders. Well, it's been postponed as a result. So that will now take place on Monday instead. So rather than the 14 gold medal events that were taking place today, we're now down to 13 already, and we're only still quite early on in the morning. But elsewhere, in the hockey, Team GB are currently playing Spain. Spain ranked 8th in the world. England are ranked 2nd. Of course, it isn't England, it's Team GB. But that is a good sign for them. And the last time I looked, it's currently ongoing. I'll just check with my cameraman. Is it still 0-0? Correct. It is still 0-0 in the hockey. So we'll see how that goes. Of course, this is just the early stages, but there's a good chance for the men. They're really pushing, because the last time the men won a medal in the hockey, I think it was around 20 years ago or so. It was a long time anyway. So they'll really be looking to do well. Plenty of other opportunities for goals. I mentioned earlier in the aquatics. In the next hour or so, we'll see our 2 women, Yasmin and Scarlett. They're going to push for a medal in the 3-metre synchro springboard in the diving. We're also going to see this morning the road cycling. We've got Jack Tarlin going in for the men's in that. He's got a fairly decent shout, I would say, to take a medal. So plenty of medal opportunities going on today for Team GB. But across the board, there's so many events going on, so much to see, and we'll be live in Paris for the rest of the day.
Brilliant stuff. Sophie, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Sophie. I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, it's not just raining there; it's torrenting down.
Actually, talk about the road cycling. God, you're going to have to be a bit careful with that.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how it's coming down so thick and fast that it's going to probably put a lot of events off today. But apparently, Paris is going to be nice and sunny tomorrow and Sunday.
Yeah.
No, tomorrow is Sunday and Monday. That's it. Get the day right, Han.
Whereas our weather's going to be fantastic, right? So 30 degrees on Tuesday. So there you go. Anyway, look, of course, it was all marred a bit yesterday because there were these arson attacks coordinated arson attacks on the rail network, which caused a lot of problems yesterday in France and is still doing so today. We spoke to security specialist Will Geddes a little bit earlier.
Big far-left accusations are probably a little bit more mute than, say, blaming or putting the blame at the door of Russia, which I think is probably more likely to be the candidate behind it. I mean, you have to really break it down. In terms of the actual attacks themselves on these various different transportation hubs, they were pretty low level. They're low-key. They were fires. They were arson. Now, one might say, yes, you know, that's pretty easy to organise and very easy to implement. However, to plan it is an entirely different thing. It's a question of where those fires would be placed, where would they be undertaken, and that takes a considerable amount of planning to think, OK, if we want to disrupt the infrastructure to a country, how are we going to do it? And I've been involved in these kinds of operations before, in the planning of them. And you look at what can you do to disrupt and embarrass a nation? And that's really would be the objective. And the key thing is to look at these things and go, what is the motivation behind it? Why would someone do this?
Well,
what is
you
the
answer
motivation?
it. Yes.
So, well, it would be to embarrass the nation. It would be to show that, obviously... Well, to be honest, Russia is in a very precarious position right now with this whole encroachment of NATO, the whole Ukraine situation, the presidential elections right now. You know, there are lots of things that certainly would assist Russia in unstabling or destabling certain countries in terms of their capability, their resilience, their robustness in terms of their security. Now, everybody knows the eyes of the world are focused on France right now.
Yes, well, they are. Let's hope everything goes off more smoothly today.
Yes, let's and safely. Yeah, let's hope so. Now, let's head over to the other side of the pond, should we? Because Donald Trump has slammed Kamala Harris over her position on the Israel-Gaza war. And he made these comments as he was meeting Benjamin Netanyahu.
He's a radical left person. San Francisco, destroyed San Francisco. She's really a destroyer. She doesn't know how to build. And I think her remarks were disrespectful. They weren't very nice. Pertaining to Israel. I actually don't know how a person who's Jewish can vote for her.
It's a war of words now, isn't it? The former US president also said a third world war could erupt if he loses November's election.
Well, it was the first face-to-face meeting between Netanyahu and Trump in nearly 4 years.
And Donald Trump also said he wanted to mend an important political alliance with the Israeli Prime Minister, who had previously congratulated Joe Biden on his election victory back in 2020.
Well, earlier we spoke to former advisor to the Clinton and Bush administration, Steve Gill, and the US political analyst, Eric Ham.
That when the vice president actually met with the prime minister earlier this week, she was actually much more harsh with him than President Biden was, saying that she's deeply concerned about the lack of a ceasefire deal and also the way that civilians, Palestinian civilians, so many lives have been lost as a result of this war. And so while the prime minister has yet to actually comment on the meeting between the two, we know that her discussions with the prime minister were a bit more stern. And I think that's what we're seeing and hearing from the former president in regards to how he thinks Kamala Harris is perhaps perceiving or treating the Jewish people as a result of what took place in this meeting between the two.
The big problem for Kamala Harris is her words that are being put out. She's now announcing today that she is opposed or supporting fracking, which is the way you generate more oil and gas, as she looks at the poll numbers in Pennsylvania, some other states where oil and gas generation is important. But she's on the record saying the opposite a few years ago. She's now having to backfill the fact that she was put in charge of our illegal immigration issue at the border. They're now trying to deny she was put in charge of that. They're having to backtrack her words before we even get to the war of words between her and Donald Trump. You know, it's interesting, though, that you've got President Zelensky in Ukraine, who's already talking about negotiating a resolution with Russia. By the way, under Ukrainian law that he put in place, it is illegal for him to negotiate any resolution with Russia. But he's recognizing that it looks like Donald Trump may get elected. The anytime teller machine from American taxpayers may come to an end. So he's already moving his stand to try and get something done before Donald Trump perhaps gets back in office. I think we're seeing the same thing in Israel again. Kamala Harris met for a brief 14 seconds, I think, for a photo op with Benjamin Netanyahu, and then basically went out and condemned Israel and their actions. Still hasn't condemned the violent actions of the pro-Palestinian anti-Semitic protesters in Washington who were burning American flags, defacing memorials. So again, I think she's trying to help be on both sides of that issue, in part because there are large Muslim populations in Minnesota and Michigan. She wants to make sure she retains, and even if it means putting at risk perhaps the Jewish vote, she's got to have that Muslim vote in Michigan and Minnesota to win.
And as we were saying earlier, it will be very interesting to watch Kamala and Trump debate.
Yeah, because she's going to fight back, which is it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. It just changes the whole dynamic.
It really has, yeah.
Makes it a bit more exciting from our perspective.
It certainly does.
As sort of outside observers, anyway. There you go. Look, it's going to be a beautiful day for us. Not in Paris, but quite nice for us. And it's getting better and better as the days go on.
It's going to be really nice tomorrow, I think. Let's check up with Aidan McGivern.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. Some sunny spells today, but there will be a number of heavy downpours around, even some more prolonged rain, especially first thing across northern England, parts of southern Scotland, and then this area of heavy rain moving into West Wales. But scattered showers could break out just about anywhere by the afternoon. The most frequent will be in the north and the west. Drier towards the southeast with some sunshine coming through, some places avoiding the showers and staying dry with highs of 24 Celsius. Mid to high teens where we've got those showers moving through along with some gusty winds. A few showers will continue into the evening, but actually quite quickly those showers will fade away and some decent sunshine will return widely by the evening. So a more settled end to the day, the showers becoming fewer and further between. Still a few knocking around at 5 p.m, but I imagine by around 8 p.m. most of these will have disappeared and there'll be some decent sunshine coming through. So blue skies in between those showers during the evening, but those blue skies developing very quickly, more widely as the sun goes down. Then overnight, lengthy clear spells, temperatures falling away, perhaps a few mist patches, some patchy cloud there for the north and west of Scotland and Northern Ireland. And with some mist and fog about first thing, it won't be entirely blue skies, but it will be a fine start to Sunday. And temperatures will be on the fresh side first thing. It will soon warm up, the mist and fog will disperse, and then, for the vast majority, blue skies developing across the UK. Into the afternoon, little change really. There will be some cloud bubbling up, some thicker cloud there in the far northwest, but otherwise it's simply a sunny Sunday with temperatures reaching 26 or 27 Celsius, up to 30 or 31 by Tuesday.
That warm feeling inside from Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Well, it puts me in a right summer mood.
Absolutely, and there's still plenty of time to enjoy a massive win this summer with your chance to win 30 grand in tax-free cash. You really could be our next big winner. Here's how.
You really could become the next big Great British Giveaway winner with your chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash to spend on anything you like. Listen to what some of our previous winners have to say about winning big with us.
On the day that I got the money in the bank account, everything just seemed a lot sunnier.
But I do have something to spend it on.
Just go for it. It's an absolute must.
Thank you, GB News.
Amazing feeling to win.
For another chance to win £30,000 in tax-free cash, text cash to 63232. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. You can enter online at gbnews.com/win. Entries cost £2 or post your name and number to GB07 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 5 p.m. on the 30th of August. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Yes, good luck. Very nice. I haven't won the lottery last night, by the way. It was 24 million quid on the Euros.
Just missed it.
And no one's called. They call you if you win the jackpot, don't
Do they? I don't know.
I think. Anyway, no one's called me.
I would hope so.
So I haven't.
You haven't had the call. You haven't had a text or anything like that.
No, it's really disappointing. I always think I'm.
So you'll turn up for work tomorrow, will you?
Yeah, sadly, yeah.
There you go.
I'm convinced every time that I've won when I play and I buy a ticket. I think, wow, this is it. I'm winning. And then oddly enough, on the way home, the drive home yesterday. Popped up in the car, because when you get a text message, it just says, you've received a text message. And it was from Russell Grant.
The Russell Grant?
The Russell Grant. And he sent me a text message, but I didn't get to look at it till I got home.
No, quite right.
And I was driving home thinking, it's Russell, and he sent me a message saying, I've had a feeling that you're going to come into money.
Yeah.
And because I bought the ticket yesterday morning when I was here, and I thought, it's Russell saying I'm going to win the lottery.
Yeah.
Of course it wasn't.
You didn't. No.
It wasn't. It was just saying he'd enjoyed the show. Morning, Russell.
Bless him. Morning, Russell.
So there you go. So I was utterly convinced I was going to win.
Now, do stay with us, because we've got a fascinating story for you about a woman who's undertaking an ultra marathon, which sounds scary enough, but she's also 5 months pregnant. She'll tell us why in a couple of moments.
Welcome to State of the Nation, daily plunge into the stories shaping our country. I'm Jacob Rees-Mogg, and Monday to Thursday we bring you the insights, the facts, the truth about how our country is being governed. Because what happens in Downing Street matters down your street. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Sunday with Michael Portillo from 11, only on GB News.
The sunny spell that many have experienced this week makes this the perfect time to seek inspiration for fresh, beautiful food to fit the weather. Hannah Harley-Young from Crazy Sexy Food joins me once again for the latest in our Taste of Britain series. And to go alongside the return of the glorious sunshine, she recommends tequila.
To be honest with you, it's more about my total love of tequila. It is my favourite drink. I have my favourite cocktail ready to be shaked for you in a second, which is obviously the margarita. But I think also I just love this sort of general story of tequila. Tequila, a bit like with champagne, can only be produced in the region of Tequila in Mexico. But I've actually brought for you, interestingly, a brand that is London-based. This was set up by Tom and Jack. They were drinking, I think, in sort of 2018, 2019, somewhere in South London, and realised that tequila could actually be quite enjoyable.
Do you know what it's made of?
It is. It's made from the blue agave plant. Now, 300 million of these plants are harvested every year. It takes between 8 to 12 years to harvest. Their tequila is made to be drank with tonic, which is not your usual accompaniment with tequila. Usually it's lime, it's a margarita. With a Blanco tequila, the idea is that the process is that once it's distilled, that is the end, it's bottled and it's sold. This is the Reposado. I haven't actually opened that, but if you do want to have a smell, you can open it. But the idea behind this is that it's been rested, so it's rested in oak barrels. I actually love people's behaviour behind tequila now. I think back in the day it had a little slightly bad rep that you'd drink cheap shots and maybe make some bad mistakes on a night out, whereas now we're actually starting to appreciate it and respect it.
GB News, the People's Channel.
I'm Patrick Christys. Every weeknight from 9, I bring you 2 hours of unmissable, explosive debate and headline-grabbing interviews. What impact has that had?
We got death threats and the bomb threat and so on.
As time passes,
She could have saved Storm.
you made my argument for me.
My guests and I tackle the issues that really matter with a sharp take on every story.
Went everywhere.
Something practical could be done.
I can become something different.
Patrick Christys tonight from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Now, we want to introduce you to Chloe McNiven, who is... I don't know if I'd describe her as remarkable or slightly bonkers.
Well,
we'll find out in a minute.
ask, yeah.
She's undertaking one of the most gruelling challenges that anyone can undertake. It's a 50-kilometre marathon across a Welsh mountain.
Yes, OK, that's all
mad.
horrific enough. But what's more impressive is she's doing it while she's 5 months pregnant. Ooh. Pregnancy is difficult enough, isn't it, without running all that way? Joining us now, Chloe McNiven, who is taking this challenge, I think, tomorrow. Hello, hi, lovely to see you. My goodness.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Well, you're 5 months pregnant, so first of all, congratulations. This isn't your first child, though, actually, is it?
Yeah, this is my second.
Second. And I gather that you sort of took up running when you were taking baby number 1 out in the pram.
Exactly, yes.
So you'd go whizzing by, pushing a pram?
Yes. So, yeah, after giving birth to my first daughter, it was just a hobby. I got a running pram. It was... At first, it was very a new experience. I felt very vulnerable, but quickly I fell in love with just being out in nature, the time spent with my little girl, and you know that hobby turned into. I was running 10k every day, and this was like more than just. It wasn't exercise. It was genuinely something that we were doing, you know, as a parent and a daughter, and it was so fulfilling. So that quickly turned from a hobby into discovering endurance sport. I have been a professional dancer my full life, so I've always used my body. And when I got into endurance sport, I guess I became hooked, and you know I continually seek these challenges, and it's really been a life-changing couple of years. So becoming a mum really helped me find this power. It really showed me what was possible. So yeah, I'm continuing on that mission.
Yeah, but aren't you... and I have to say, by the way, I think your daughter's the superstar in all of this. What a little performer she is.
Definitely is.
But at 5 months pregnant, you must be sort of feeling the changes a bit. I mean, less energy and all the rest of it at the moment. Surely.
Well, right. Okay, so this is the thing. This is what we're taught, right? This is what society teaches us. When you get pregnant, you should eat for 2. You should rest. You're going to be so much more tired. But what this is proven to me is that that's all in the mind, right? That's what we think and what we're conditioned to believe as the reality. And what this challenge has taught me is having this goal and having this focus, like. And not that I feel absolutely pregnant, and I'm so excited to be pregnant, but I don't feel the normal symptoms that you would as a pregnant woman, and it's been remarkable. I feel so fit, I feel so energized, which is so important when you have a 4-year-old, and I just feel really capable. Obviously, tomorrow is not really even just about the distance, which is pretty far. It's more about the terrain and the climb. It's like 18,000 meters elevation, and you know, you're in these races, you're very vulnerable. You're in nature, you're alone. They're difficult, but within that, there's this thing that happens when you're in these uncomfortable situations. I guess you could say, reach these levels of consciousness where you're so connected, and I just think what a special time to be just you and your baby in this present moment, immersed in nature. And when I was pregnant with my little girl, so I was still dancing at the time, and I danced at the Brit Awards, I was 5 months pregnant. So I kind of feel like this is like one for the baby.
Yeah.
I'm giving them like a little achievement as well. And you know, when they're born, what a great conversation. And we are going to do this together. This isn't just me that's going to be able to do this. This is
anyone going to be? Chloe, is anyone going to be with you?
No, so I mean, there'll be lots of people doing the race.
Yeah.
And every 10 kilometres, sometimes shorter, sometimes longer, there's checkpoints. And, you know, this isn't like an ego thing. If I don't complete this challenge for any reason that I don't feel comfortable, my body feels like I'm pushing too far, then I'm very much, I know when to stop. And if I get 5 kilometres in, I still feel like I've achieved the goal, because for the last 5 months I've been so focused. So I'm not going to push safety comes first, you know, like the safety of my baby is the priority here. But
look, the best of luck. And I mean, I'm a strong believer as well in, you know, listen to your body. And if your body is telling you that you're fit to go, then do it, absolutely. But if it does actually tell you not to, then equally. But I mean, clearly you've thought about this very rationally, and you've decided, and I think it's a wonderful thing to do.
Yeah, best of luck. And I hope when baby arrives, they prove to be as adorable as your little girl, because she's absolutely won me over this morning. What a sweetheart.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Best of luck, Chloe.
Thank you. Have a nice day. Bye.
Have a wonderful day.
That little girl was
she was.
Sweetheart.
Cutie, wasn't she?
But it worries me slightly, but only because I'm about to become a great uncle.
A great uncle?
A great uncle, but in about 2.5 weeks. So hope it will not be right.
That means you're already an uncle, and
my
your nephew is going to have a baby.
Yeah.
Great Uncle Stephen.
So I don't think hope will be running anywhere. Not with a few weeks to go.
No, not with only a couple of weeks. No, definitely not.
It's exciting, though.
Yes, it is.
Clearly, I'm nowhere near old enough to be a great uncle. Say nothing.
But you are. But you are.
Say nothing.
No, all right, I'm not.
Anyway, Aidan McGee's going to have your sport in a couple of minutes.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
An employment tribunal has found that a senior lawyer telling a legal secretary that she looked nice created an intimidating environment and made her feel violated.
Well, she's won her sexual harassment suit, so is saying someone looks nice acceptable in the workplace anymore?
Well, joining us now to debate this is political commentator Christine Hamilton, who thinks it should be, and author and journalist Rebecca Reid, who thinks making comments like these are unnecessary. OK, Rebecca, why is it unnecessary to tell your colleague they look nice?
Well, how somebody looks at work shouldn't be particularly important or relevant. But I think my issue here is that it's used as a sort of dismissive way to make women feel silly for complaining about things. Like, oh, it's just saying you look nice. Why does it matter? But we all know there are different ways of saying things. And if you are an older man in a position of power, looking a woman up and down and saying, oh, you look nice, in a lascivious tone, which, as far as we know, is quite possibly what happened, that's not acceptable. That's not workplace appropriate, and it would make somebody feel uncomfortable.
Christine, she's right, Rebecca, isn't she? It depends how it's said. If you've got someone who's sleazy saying, oh, you look nice, you're going to be a bit off-put, aren't you?
We don't know whether this was said in a lascivious tone or not. And as far as I can see this particular case, the boss went too far and he did a lot of other things as well. But what worries me is that the tribunal has ruled that just saying you look nice could be included as sexual harassment. Now, I think that is ridiculous.
Realistically, women don't make these accusations for fun. Women don't make these accusations to be difficult. They do it because they've been made to feel unsafe or unable to work in a certain place.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent? I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi there, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and I'm going to take a second to tell you all about my show, Dubes & Co. We start off with the issues of the day. We then bring in both sides of the arguments. We get rid of the disrespect And then you throw me into the mix, and trust me, I'll tell it exactly how it is. And then, of course, the magic ingredient, you at home. We mix it all together, and what have we got? In my opinion, the best debate show in town. Monday to Friday, 6 till 7 on GB News, Britain's news channel.
We are still talking Olympics. It's going to be like this for the next month, isn't it?
Probably will, yeah.
Well,
the first
it's
medal.
2 weeks of it's 2 weeks of Olympics, is it? And 2 weeks of
That's right,
Paralympics.
Yeah, and the first medal is going to be awarded this morning
Today.
in the shooting, around about 10:30, I believe.
Can you shoot in the rain? I suppose you can.
Yeah, although
they've had to cancel the skateboarding, haven't they, today because it's so wet?
Yeah, where did we say that the surfing was happening?
Tahiti.
Yeah, no problems with the weather there.
No.
are there?
That would be the better place to report on the Olympics, wouldn't it?
Just quickly, your impressions on the opening ceremony, because I've got a guest who has his own view.
Disjointed.
Disjointed, Anne?
I don't really know because I haven't seen it yet, but that's what everybody
But you're looking forward to the highlights?
I'm looking forward to the highlights, and we've got quite a few recommendations for me to look at this afternoon.
OK, well, there's one song omitted last night from the event. It was called Chariots of Fire, which you know very, very well. And I want to bring in Mark Ryan, a former colleague of mine who's just written a book called Chariots Return. Good morning to you, first of all, Mark. I'm going to give you a confession here, actually, because my esteemed colleague Anne Diamond just a few minutes ago would burst into a version of Chariots of Fire. So why wasn't it involved in a 3.5-hour ceremony last night? And what was your overall impression of the opening ceremony, anyway?
Well, I thought that there was some good highlights in the opening ceremony, so it will make a good little highlights reel. But there was so much wasted time, and I just can't understand for the life of me 4 hours of an opening ceremony and no reference to Chariots of Fire at all. No reference to the fact that this is the centenary games of Paris 1924. And, you know, you ask yourself, why has that happened? And I can only think that there's still just a little bit of Anglo-French hostility there or something like that, because it was in their interests, I think, to reference Chariots of Fire. Yes, it's a British film, but the stage for that film, and it was an Oscar-winning worldwide film, the stage for that was Paris, so it's a feather in their cap. And it was obviously 100 years since the last Paris Games. So, yeah, very strange one. I just think they missed a trick there.
What about the Olympics as a whole, though, Mark? Because, you know, Anne and I and Stephen were talking earlier on about the number of personalities that are involved in it now. We don't necessarily know them between games in the way that we did back in the 80s and 90s. I mean, what do you think of the overall prestige of the event?
I think it's still a very prestigious event. I mean, it commands a massive global audience, doesn't it? I think you're right, though, that maybe between games, the athletes aren't quite the heroes that they used to be. But the Games itself is a massive event, and it needs to be sort of conveying that passion for competition, passion for racing, bringing the world together. And that's what I try and explain in my book, Chariots Return, is that it's these core principles protecting that Olympic spirit is what needs to happen through this modern age of commercialism and drug doping scandals, that kind of thing.
Is it the case, Mark, that the kind of ignorance of the more traditional aspects of the games it's part of a strategy to maybe bring in a younger audience? Would that be fair to say?
Well, I'm all for bringing in a younger audience, and, you know, the break dancing and skateboarding. It's a celebration to bring the next generation through. But I don't see why that has to really go against or create conflict with the core principles of, you know, that passion for enjoying what you're really good at. I think those two things go together really well. And, you know, I did think that the descendants of Eric Liddell and Harold Abrahams deserved to be there last night. I think David Putnam deserved to be there last night, an Oscar-winning producer.
And why do you think they were ignored, Mark?
Sorry?
Why do you think they were ignored?
Well, you know, for the same reason. I think they just didn't want to honour the Brits. They didn't want to honour the Brits for a wonderful film that they made. And in doing so, I think they dishonoured themselves. And I just think it's a real shame.
What about the events going forward, then? Who should we look out for from a Team GB point of view? I mean, there were enough people on that boat to choose from last night. Well, I mean, it's, you know, we all know who the people are that could do well. You know, Keeley, everybody's talking about, you know, there's going to be some fantastic races.
But, you know, I just think you need to reference the past as well. Seb Coe's a good one for this. He always says, you'll do well at an Olympic Games if you've studied the history of your event to get through all the adversity. And, you know, I'm sure Josh Kerr has studied that. I'm sure Matthew Hudson-Smith has studied Eric Liddell and people like that, because it just gives you that extra bit of passion, that extra bit of meaning and motivation when you're there at the big event. It doesn't overawe you because you understand what other people have been through and how they've performed well at the event. And, you know, that's what Chariots Return, my book, also celebrates, but it also shows how the Olympic movement survived through 100 years from Paris to Paris, because, you know, it nearly went extinct. And the last Paris Games was actually a bit of a disaster. You know, there were a lot of controversial events, and that may be another reason why they decided to not focus on the centenary and not focus on 1924, because there were riots and scandals at that 1924 Games. But, you know, David Putnam overlooked that. He made a beautiful film about the beautiful Paris Olympics, and he got snubbed and everybody else got snubbed. And, you know, they're too gracious to say anything. You know, they just say, oh, well, never mind. You know, it might have been a bit hot for me. I'm a bit elderly anyway, or whatever. Descendants, they just got ignored. I mean, Sue Caton, Eric Liddell's niece, you know, she sent me an email just saying nobody from the Liddell family has been invited to the Paris Olympics.
Well, listen, that is a shame, Mark. We have to interrupt you there because we need to move on. But I can assure you, Chariots of Fire is very much in our head this morning. In fact, I can't get it out of my head. But thanks very much indeed for joining us, and very good luck with the book.
Thank you very much.
Lovely stuff, Aidan.
It's a story, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Even mention it.
Yeah. Should have done. Yeah. Talking about songs that are in your head, especially with the weather, in the summertime, it's a classic. But would you believe it's been subject to huge amounts of piracy, costing millions of pounds? And we're going to talk to Mungo Jerry in just a minute.
Nana Queer, weekends from 3 p.m.
Now, the last time we spoke, we always talk about the topic of gender and your transition. So talk to me about now, though. What you have done is you've created a comic book about your life and about your transition to tell us things that perhaps the press and media don't talk about.
Yes, so throughout the years, I have always been persuaded to write a book, but I was never ready to disclose so much. And I've been working this beautiful comic book. I brought you a little copy. It's here. You can have a look into it later, where I'm detailing past experiences, growing up in Brazil and then moving to this country, and my struggles, the struggles that I had to go through to become the woman that I'm today. I'm a woman. I'm not a biological woman, but I am a woman. I just cannot have babies because I don't have the female organs, but I'm a woman inside out, therefore I use the female toilet. But what has been going on around, there are a lot of people, they regard themselves as being transgender when they're actually not. They don't have any psychological help, they don't have any medical help. They just wear female clothes and makeup and they call themselves female. And they're the ones using female spaces and take advantage of that. And that is what should stop and be controlled.
But that's the problem, isn't it? So what do you do to stop that? I mean, the suggestion was a third extra space. How would you feel about a third extra space where, you know, this is where if somebody is trans or any of those other things can be used rather than using the female toilet?
I don't think that would work, actually, because these people that regard those people that regard themselves as being females in their minds, they still would use the female toilet.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Tune in to Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan. GB News royalty with your perfect start to the weekend. Lucky us! Feisty and fearless guests.
Well, I'm a normal person, so ask me.
Honest opinions that raises more questions than a Gary Barlow tax return. And a few surprises along the way. Might be cold in this studio. That is Friday Night Live with me, Mark Dolan. 8 to 9, only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain.
Your lunchtime update on the stories that matter across the UK.
From breaking news and insightful analysis, inspiring stories and lively debates. You're comparing yourself to a former Prime Minister.
Which is it?
Stay informed, stay updated, stay entertained.
I just don't know how anyone would not want to be there.
Every weekday from midday.
We are Good Afternoon Britain, only on GB News.
Britain's news channel.
Right, now we're talking about what a wonderful summer it is tomorrow. But let's talk about a summer song, one of the best ever. It's Mungo Jerry's song, In the Summertime.
Yeah, did you know, though, it's also one of the most pirated songs of all time. About 23 million quid has been lost in royalties through unlicensed exploitation, from bootleg records to streaming playlists.
But the singer is now using newly developed technology to protect his songs in the digital age.
Well, let's talk to the man himself, Ray Dorset, who we better know, of course, as Mungo Jerry. Ray, it's really great to see you this morning.
You haven't changed at all.
No, not a lot in the last...
I didn't realise that you guys are so good looking, but I mean... I'm in good company, aren't I?
Well, there you go. Hey, look, tell us about the song, because, I mean, obviously, we all know it, we all love it, it's been around my whole lifetime, pretty much, and yet, I mean...
before you were born, eh?
But you've been ripped off for millions with piracy.
Yeah, I mean, it goes without saying that it happens to many artists and composers within the music industry or the business, whatever you want to... Oh, excuse me, look at my hair. It looks terrible, doesn't it? But, yeah, it goes without saying, because within the summertime, I wrote that song very quickly in 1969, and I recorded it at the beginning of 1970, and it's become known as the most... famous or most well-known summer song worldwide, and it's been covered in so many different genres. But because it's such a catchy melody, people tend to have thought that it had gone into the public domain, just like people thought that Happy Birthday had gone into the public domain. I mean, Happy Birthday was originally came out as a song, Good Morning to You, and people started to sing Happy Birthday to it. So I eventually, used to see ice cream vans going around the country, and they'd be playing the jingle of da 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 on their vans, and I just got used to the fact that my song was being used all over the place and all over the world, and I wasn't receiving any royalties. And then I found out that I was being underaccounted to by the publishers and the record company. Management, and when the streaming situation come out, things seem to get a little bit more, I suppose, a bit more intense to the extent.
So what can you do about it now?
Well, it's very difficult to go back things retrospectively. I mean, the statutory time limit is 6 years or 7 years. But with the advent of software like the TCAT software has brought the possibility of the artists, the musicians and the composers to actually make inroads and tracking down where their particular compositions or their product is being exploited without receiving payment for it. The TCAT software has been licensed by, I would say, multinational conglomerates that actually are in the entertainment industry, and I won't give you any names. They pay a substantial fee to actually have use of this software. But now the software has been made available to musicians and songwriters and all people the people that wouldn't really normally have the finances to subscribe to such a multi-million pound development. Which this is because this software has been under development for several years. It hasn't just appeared on the market out of the blue in the last 1 or 2 years. It's like over 10 years or longer. And for me, it's really, really, really interesting to find out how many people have actually been exploiting my work without authorization?
Is it, I mean, forgive me for jumping in, Ray, but I think some of it, people know what they're doing, you know, and they know they're ripping you off. But there must be plenty of people, I say, like your ice cream vendors and all the rest of it, who don't actually realise what the rules are.
No, a lot of people don't realise the rules. For example, I mean, we all know that all this stuff on the internet, all the social platform, all the platforms in the media, YouTube, etc., it's all monetized. It's all driven by advertising revenue. So, but every one of them it's all to do with profile and around the world. So. Obviously, when people go on their holidays, it's goes without saying that very often people use it in the summertime. If you're doing how can you say, a family video, a snap, or whatever you're talking about, like a post of your great time traveling wherever it's going to be, Egypt or wherever.
It's synonymous with your music.
Let's put in the summertime in our background. And that all becomes monetized. And all that money adds up. So even if you say you're a supermarket like Asda or Tesco's or whatever, it's all about hundreds and hundreds of millions of little tiny bits of money. And that's what music publishing and streaming and the recording industry is about these days. At one time, if you look at physical product, when the CD was on the market in about the early mid-80s, or to the mid-80s, the recommended retail price was around about £13.99 in the UK. Now, if you take into consideration inflation and look at the amount of money you're paying, say, for a 2-ounce bar of chocolate, I don't know if I'm allowed to say ounces, I might get penalised for that, but I don't know what that is in grams. But if you look at the old money, that was sixpence in the old money, okay, which was 1/40th of £1. Okay, and so, but now you people are paying, I don't know what you pay for that now, £1-2 maybe for a bar of chocolate. But the price of a CD went down and down and down. So you've got companies that were actually selling plastic that had music embodied within the plastic. And that's what it was all about. It was about cash flow. It wasn't about a profit artist. I mean, I remember going to a supermarket, seeing Best of Rod Stewart's all original recordings for £2.50. I saw the same for Michael Jackson for £3.50. Now, if you take into consideration the packaging, the transport and everything else, and the VAT that is involved, the money's not actually reaching the artist, but it adds to the cash flow of the companies that are actually putting that stuff on the market.
I say, if we, and it's one of those things, isn't it? If you want to keep people performing, you've got to make sure they're paid for their work. Sadly, Ray, we're out of time, but what a pleasure.
That's okay, I've rambled and rambled and rambled.
That's all right. Yeah. You Mungo Jerry, you can ramble all you like. It's a real joy to see you. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you. God bless, folks, and have a lovely weekend.
Indeed.
And you.
Yeah.
Wow.
That music is absolutely synonymous with sunshine. Of
course it is.
Enjoying yourself, isn't it?
He hasn't changed.
No, not at all.
No, heck. Look, the British phonographic industry sent us this statement. Intellectual property crime is a huge black hole in the UK, sucking in about 13 billion from the legal economy, making it the second only to drugs as the most profitable form of criminality.
Gosh. We applaud the campaign, it goes on, to draw attention because it's not just the artist cruelly missing out. Its impact is felt by the wider music ecosystem and everyone employed in it, including record stores and digital platforms, record labels and publishers, as well as genuine fans.
Right, we've just got time to have a very quick whip through a couple of stories this morning with Stephanie Tecci and Fraser Myers. Morning, you two. Let me find my list. What have we found that's quite... I'll tell you what, this one, because it's been on the list all morning, we've never got around to it. Things giving us the ick.
Oh, gosh. This is a new word. The Cambridge Dictionary has added 3,200 new terms to its dictionary. And one of the words, and most of these words are slang-based. Yeah. Most of them have been featured on Love Island. And one of the words is ick. So the ick is when you potentially like someone, but then they do something which turns you off them, like it causes an aversion. So they call it the ick. And then they've got another word called bop, which is touching someone's head. But I'm not... Yeah, bop. I'm not really about slang words. I'm really against them. I think we should...
I don't know, if you heard somebody say, oh, I don't like him, he gives me the ick, you'd know.
You would know.
I think the point of it, though, is that it's something innocent and something not necessarily, obviously foul or bad behaviour. It's something subtle that gives you that suddenly, I didn't like the way they sat down.
Yeah.
I didn't like the way they...
Just give me the ick.
That little thing gave me the ick, that imperceptible thing, which I think is quite
I just don't understand language evolving. People sort of... I heard the other day saying something about, someone had done something wrong, they didn't like it, and I've got the tea.
Yeah.
I'm like, what's she talking about?
The tea also means getting the gossip as well. Like, give me the tea.
But it's interesting that Love Island is one of the big things pushing things into the dictionary, because it's actually, in linguistics, it's women who drive language change, not men.
So do more talking.
Yeah, exactly.
We're chatterboxes. We'll take that.
They agree with that. Yeah. Another one of the words was side quest, which I liked. I don't know if people have heard it. It actually comes from gaming, but people have started using it to talk about real life. If you go on a night out, if you go to a big festival with a group of friends or whatever, when a few people go off and do their own thing, they talk about that as a side quest.
I just think in 10 years, are we going to have any, traditional English language left? It's all just going to be slang-based and bops and icks.
But I guess it's all changed from 50 years ago.
Yeah.
It might be changing a bit faster now, but...
I think so. And
language has to evolve, otherwise we'd all still be talking Shakespeare.
But it's scary that Love Island is pushing language forward.
The elite of society.
Yeah, it shows where society's going.
Cultural drive is coming from Love Island.
Oh, dear.
What have we come to?
Have you got any favourite current words?
Well, I liked last year's word of the year was good. I thought Riz, I like that.
Oh, Riz.
Short for charisma. Okay. Someone who's got a bit of Riz about them, someone who's attractive.
Why can't people just say charisma?
Yeah.
Well, it's shorter, isn't it?
It sounds
Riz
lovely.
Is fun.
Charisma.
And you can use it as a verb as well. You can say you riz someone up to chat them up. So it has multiple uses.
Well, now we know.
Yeah.
How about we bring back old words, old traditional words each year?
Forsooth. Oh, that's a good one.
I think forsooth is a wonderful word.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
That's why we don't use it.
You're out of time. Thank you both very much indeed. Saturday Morning Live with Ellie and Sam is here next.
A brighter outlook with Box Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Hello, good morning. Welcome to the latest forecast from the Met Office for GB News. Some sunny spells today, but there will be a number of heavy downpours around, even some more prolonged rain, especially first thing across northern England, parts of southern Scotland, and then this area of heavy rain moving into West Wales. But scattered showers could break out just about anywhere by the afternoon. The most frequent will be in the north and the west. Drier towards the southeast with some sunshine coming through, some places avoiding the showers and staying dry with highs of 24 Celsius. Mid to high teens where we've got those showers moving through along with some gusty winds. A few showers will continue into the evening, but actually quite quickly those showers will fade away and some decent sunshine will return widely by the evening. So a more settled end to the day, the showers becoming fewer and further between. Still a few knocking around at 5 p.m, but I imagine by around 8 p.m. most of these will have disappeared and there'll be some decent sunshine coming through. So blue skies in between those showers during the evening, but those blue skies developing very quickly, more widely as the sun goes down. Then overnight, lengthy clear spells, temperatures falling away, perhaps a few mist patches, some patchy cloud there for the north and west of Scotland and Northern Ireland. And with some mist and fog about first thing, it won't be entirely blue skies, but it will be a fine start to Sunday. And temperatures will be on the fresh side first thing. It will soon warm up, the mist and fog will disperse, and then, for the vast majority, blue skies developing across the UK. Into the afternoon, little change really. There will be some cloud bubbling up, some thicker cloud there in the far northwest, but otherwise it's simply a sunny Sunday with